out on the street chasing wrong from right. Eyes like fire burning through the haze. Truth is a weapon, cuts through the maze. Some call her trouble, some call her brave. Digging up secrets they tried to save. A real deal around town, she's breaking it down, spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town, the truth's her cry, yeah. They whisper in shadows, they curse her name, afraid of the spotlight she brings to the game. But the grateful ones, they cheer in the dark for the spark she ignites in their weary hearts. Some call her danger, some call her hope. She's the thin line on the tightrope. Oh, real deal around town, she's breaking it down, spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town, the truth's her crown, yeah. Real deal around town, she's breaking it down, spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town, the truth's her crown, yeah. The truth's her crown, yeah.
Well, hi everybody. I'm back already. Gee, that's great. I got somebody else here with me. How about that? All right. I'm going to be trying to log in to. We're having a select board meeting in about 7 minutes. They haven't turned on their Zoom link yet, although the host is there. We're not. They haven't canceled the meeting. No such luck. So, anyway, bear with me. Oh, I've been on a tight schedule today. Let's see. Can I join? Is that going to work? Hey. All right. I'm in on two. I'm on two links. How about that? I won't want to talk to them as a private person. We shall see. Okay. Oh, good. I'm not muted. I was worried I had muted myself. Okay. So, they have a loaded agenda. Let's see. We have a couple minutes. So, if you've been following me, you've probably seen. We watched live Friday the David Vigeant something. Oh, the hearing at Ethics with David Vigeant, just to do the motions. The Ethics Commission had filed I forgot what it's called, but they filed a motion to end the pain, and it got all kinds of delayed. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. I haven't checked the calendar to see if they've made any date changes, but the last I looked, which I will look during this meeting, I'll take the time and go over to the Ethics Commission website. I didn't have time beforehand to see if they've changed the hearing dates. The the last I looked over the weekend was the 10th and the 11th of February, and Gary Shepard's hearings coming into March and April. So one has nothing to do with the other regarding timing, as far as I know. They're not being, it's not one case, it's two separate cases. So the date shouldn't matter at this point. So, yeah, what else have I got covered? So I did, and I did the ethics drop over the weekend. I think it was yesterday. My days are running together here. I think it was yesterday I did the ethics drop, which was the interviews, primarily what was the interviews that ethics had with David and Andrew Shepard. So if you haven't watched that, you might want to, if you want to get some of the backstory and what ethics is charging them with, and what I think about it, and why I think that at least David's in trouble. I don't know where they're going with Gary. I don't know. The two of them claim it's a big witch hunt, and certain members of our board of selectmen or select board, I get that wrong, think it's a witch hunt and think that this, that nobody did anything wrong. Well, I hate to be, as I've been since the beginning of this, I'm the bearer of bad news. They did do things wrong, and David admitted to it multiple times. In the hearing the other day, he was represented by a lawyer, which is better, and his lawyer made it clear that, look, everything that you've talked to David about was done without counsel. And, that was in agreement. Yep, he didn't have anybody representing him. He had not consulted with a lawyer. He was just winging it. And that should be, his lawyer wants that to be taken into consideration, everything that he supposedly confessed to. And using the usual stance that lawyers have, he was coerced and all these things and tricked, and, which who knows? I don't know. And David was complaining that he was complaining about what he believed to be unfair treatment by ethics and the people that were investigating him and asking him questions. So, but, my answer to that is he was informed repeatedly. He was advised to get an attorney. And I think the Ethics Commission nearly ordered him. They couldn't. I mean, if you don't want to get an attorney, you don't have to. It's all right not to. So, let's see, they got 2 minutes. So it's their right. It's your right. It's everybody's right to represent yourself. And that's where David was at. And he just, because he didn't think he did anything wrong. And he wanted to just complain about the witch hunt. And, okay, it looks like things are happening. I forgot to pull it up now. Share screen. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. There it is. Okay, I've got it ready to go. It's pretty boring. You want to see it? Here it is. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Nobody's there but me. And TCAM, it appears. So I'm going to go back on, and we'll bring them back when they're ready. They don't have the cameras on. I don't know what that's about. I know, I suspect that part of the no cameras on right away is because of me, because they know that I'm there and I'm live streaming, and I'll live stream what's ever on the screen. They have the Zoom link on. I'll show it to you. And sometimes it can be embarrassing. And I have, if you've watched my videos, when I come in early and they turn on the camera early, particularly FinCom, I chime in right away and say, you guys are talking about personal stuff. And I let them know that we have that. Yes, I am. Okay, they're muted for a minute. Well, Lori, I think, stepped out. Maybe I don't know what she's doing. I lost track of why, but these guys, which I know, I've been using AI more and more for different things, and the select board staff have been going to AI to do the minutes, and it's not working out. It hasn't been working out since they started. And oh, I got a comment. What do I got? Can't hear them. Can you hear them now? I mean, they're not saying anything. Um, you can't. Well, they're not saying anything. I mean, so you never heard them? They're talking. Can you hear them? No. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's not working. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix this. Hi. Hmm. You can't. If nobody can hear them, I'm going to end up shutting down, but I don't want to yet. All right, I just verified we can't hear them. I can hear them because they're playing in a different window. We can't. Okay, no, I can hear them. All right, I'm have to do something else. Oh, this stinks. I'm gonna have to log out. Okay, can you hear anything now? I've got it on a different device, but you might hear things over my microphone, which probably sucks. But disconnect. I think you're still here. All right, I'm gonna log out.
Double check, get stuff from, you don't really do the audits. That's not what you're doing.
Yeah.
So, and then to make sure that it's brought forward.
Zoom had I had a
reports that
reboot of
are-
some kind.
So that's the role right now. And
I don't wanna
quite
be-
frankly, I come off the board in April, and I have no intentions of rerunning. At this point, I don't even know when you can pull papers. Usually it's
Yeah.
around this time.
Right.
And we
I
haven't
wondered
set
about
that yet, so, the town hasn't set that yet. So, in any event, putting me on the audit committee at this point doesn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion. And it usually comes back into play next fall.
Okay,
So
it's
if you want
all
someone
right.
on.
Veronica
the
Kell
committee,
just said
I
that
think
she's
you
not
should
running
be
again
too.
for sure. I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
Okay, I'll take a motion. So,
I've got the select board running
I moved
on a
to
different
appoint
device,
Valerie
playing next to me,
As a select board member on.
but I'm going to try to get logged back in.
is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just want to say that the makeup of the committee is one member of the finance committee, one member of the select board, and a member from the community that has a financial background. So
At the library?
the first time I did this, it was Dave Chanel. He was our community member. And the last year, we didn't have a community member come forward at all. So it was just me and Dawn. From
Okay,
finance.
right, I
That was
remember
it.
that.
And so that, I just want to say that that's the makeup of the committee.
Do we have anybody yet on it?
I do not, not
Because,
to my knowledge.
so
no.
finance would appoint.
I thought finance did appoint someone, I can't remember who. I think it-
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Kell, yes. Mrs. American.
Different, yes. Congratulations, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's currently Dawn and now Valerie. So.
Okay, fine.
I'll see if I can find one for us, too, maybe. Well,
Well, what does it mean, community member with a financial interest? I thought it meant.
financial background.
Oh, financial
Financial
background.
background.
Someone who's a banker, CFO, accountant,
Okay.
payroll clerk,
Good.
All right.
yeah, jack of all trades.
Um,
3.3.
Right, capital planning, is there a motion?
We would just need someone's name from whom the select board would like to have represent the capital planning committee.
Again, I don't think it should be me. Really. But it could be. It's just that the end date you have there is 6/30/2026.
Then we could just put it through the end of the election if you wanted to. Change the date.
Have they met yet?
I mean, they haven't met yet.
No,
But we
and
need that before, for the budget, right?
capital
Technically.
planning has to meet, and it's tardy at this point. I mean, we've always started meeting.
I've spoken with Mr. Barrett, and he was going to, remember, he serves me correctly, touch base with the town clerk on getting a meeting organized. And I said, I'll work on getting you a full roster, because he, as the moderator, gets to appoint a couple of members as well. Yeah, so we're just waiting on a few next steps there. A few folks from, finance and as well as other boards have reached out to be a participant. So really just select board having a representative.
Finance, planning, and select board, I thought. And then 4 at large, is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's 4 at large. There are 2 already from the at large group, and then there's 2 more.
It was just a volunteer response form.
Yeah, Natalie
Yes.
was on it last year, Natalie called.
Mm-hmm.
So it
It was
was
just a response form.
me,
Today.
No, I think it was the person that we're appointing for something else also mentioned that.
Okay.
I think Mark Hussey was an at-large.
I'm
last
going
year.
to, yeah, I
Mark
know
and
there's no visual
Natalie
because
were
I'm trying to log
at-large.
back
I
in.
was select
I only
board.
have audio that's coming from
Carol was,
a different
planning
device.
board, and
So,
Carolyn
I'm
was
gonna
finance.
try again to log in and
That
we'll
was
have
our
video,
makeup
we'll have
last year.
visual. Sorry,
But I have no idea what it is
I had
now.
Zoom, my Zoom link that I had kind of crashed.
The last
and
appointment.
Now I'm back
Like the
to
names today, I'm sorry.
app issues and I think they
Robert
changed the security.
He-
Anyway,
He also took
I'm working on it.
committee, so we should give that to the moderator.
Gosh,
Oh, yeah.
Because he said community preservation and capital planning.
Yeah,
So then it would just be one.
okay. I will, accept an adjusted motion to, from the select board,
So,
capital planning.
so then, let me just get it. First is April.
Jack, what's the date of the election?
I think
I
it's
don't want to move from
27.
the app.
Monday the 27th.
It's Monday.
So last Monday, correct?
So this means me, huh?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, not to be diminishing of the group's effort, there's not a lot of money there, so
Yeah.
it won't be, I don't think it'll be terribly cumbersome or laborious. So,
I wish I knew how to fix what I'm trying to do.
yeah, I'd rather be
Fortunately,
point blank about it from the start, so.
So I would move to appoint Veronica Kell, to the capital planning committee effective January 20th, 2026 until the April 28th, 2026.
Is there a second?
I would say the 7th,
7th?
the 27th, the end of the day.
Oh, okay.
I'm not having any luck getting on, guys.
2026.
2026. I'm looking at
Just checking.
Keeping her on our toes.
I'm surprised I can do that right now.
Well,
Let me tell
well
you.
played. Pretty good. I would just need a second.
Oh,
from
here we
the
are.
audience.
Any further
My
discussion
God.
on the motion to appoint
second,
Veronica to
Veronica,
capital
second.
planning?
I don't think it's gonna work, but
Okay. And is there any further discussion? This ends on April 27th, 2026. This appointment. Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica
Veronica Calla, followed Valerie Sleep, non-vote.
Or Schifrin, yes.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you both. 3.4, appoint Robert Jusela to the Community Preservation Committee. Is there a motion?
Can you hear it now? Wait a minute. Can you hear it now? I just know you're going to say no. My phone to see what's going on here. No audio, yes visual. Okay, I'm screwed here. Zoom is not giving me. Okay. here. Thanks. Right. Was here. So now I don't know what.
I really,
I thought that. Right.
And,
you can input those. So,
can we just handwrite that to me? Or, well, I think we might need to.
Well, this is gonna be signed out of session, so those adjustments will have to be made.
Yeah,
that keeps it current that way.
inserting appropriate information.
Okay, so changing the motion to, sign out.
Out of session, inserting appropriate details on employee and dates.
Correct.
As needed.
I think that's it. I think everything else is,
Okay, roll call vote,
Veronica Kell, aye.
Barger, John?
and Laura Schiffern, aye. Thank you all very much.
Look forward to working.
Okay, 4.2, review, discuss, approve the weekly select board meetings. We have kind of, tossed around a little bit the length of our meetings. And, I don't think it's easy on anybody, those who attend as well as those who view. Now, going back a few years, and I don't know when it changed, honestly, but select board met weekly. And I'm thinking that might be a better, process, only for keeping on top of things and not having people wait as long to get decisions on certain matters.
I would just say that it's not the number of times we meet per week, it's the length of the meetings. And I'm hopeful that there will be a correction in that. I do not want to attend meetings that go from 5 to 7 hours on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
So that, I think
Well, the
that
hope
if
is-
we are doing this, we should be setting, if a meeting takes longer than 3 hours, everything else gets dropped and goes to the next meeting.
Right.
So I would want to limit to the amount of time for the meeting.
Mhm.
I also want to know what the times of the meetings are. Like meeting at 3 p.m. is nice, but it kills your day if you're doing day things. A 7-hour meeting at night kills your
Is she
night.
kidding?
So I just think we have to think about this. And I'm hopeful that the amount of time needed to be spent on topics reduces.
You may find, if I can interject, and maybe I should have put this in my own little summary, is I'm fairly efficient, and if you guys allow me to help you interject a bit more, maybe I can help
I think you're very efficient.
clean this up a wee bit. I respect the topics and things like that, but I think we might debate a little too much to some degree, and we can really just hone in on the issue, focus on it, finish it, close it, move on. And if you are okay with me doing that, and again, you can always tell me to be quiet or get out of the room, whatever, you may find that if you want me to, I will speak up. Perhaps that hasn't been the tactics of other TAs in the past. But I know your time is valuable, our community members' time is valuable,
Employee time is valuable.
employee time is valuable. Let's,
Here's the
take the
thing.
agenda and go.
Here's the thing too, if we're meeting on a Tuesday and we have a meeting the following Tuesday, I really want all stuff for the meeting in by Friday. I mean, I'm as guilty as everybody else now because we let that slide. So that the materials that we're gonna be discussed aren't there oftentimes until the day of the meeting. And the policies say, agenda goes up on Thursday, everything's populated by Friday. If we're not gonna do that, I don't know that meeting weekly is really
It'll
useful.
change the master point, so.
Yeah, I mean, and it doesn't give time
For us
for
to
us
prepare either.
to prepare or to talk to the TA.
Mhm.
I
Or
mean,
council,
I
on
think,
occasion.
I
There'll be an
think
agenda item that you need
council
to-
is only involved when needed.
No, but
And
that's
I
saying
think that
occasionally
right
if you,
now, council's been running the town.
no, yeah, but if you're reading through an agenda for
Sorry.
the first time and there's something that sticks out and you have, you know what I mean? If you're reading through the agenda for the first time, you never know if there's gonna be something that you have to TA, council, and whoever you have to talk to.
Why don't we,
I would,
So I understand the February meetings. There's a Saturday meeting in March for the, budget.
mhm.
Is that included in here? I thought it was the 7th. I don't know why that date sticks in my head, but it does.
if I can speak to the weekly.
Yeah,
Everybody else does.
Everybody can speak to the weekly.
I would prefer to do weekly if it's 3 hours than do 6, 7 hour meetings.
I would too,
But,
but I would like to do bi-monthly.
but so.
And I wanna
my-
get stuff done.
My one, caveat on that is that obviously in February, we're gonna have to do FinCom joint meetings starting at 6. We can't do those earlier, because I think there's some FinCom members who work during the day. So 6 is when FinCom meets. And then, last week, Karen and I attended the FinCom meeting, and I think it was nice that Karen was there. And that starts at 6 often, so if we're doing weekly meetings, and Karen's.
Are they on
like,
Tuesdays?
on Tuesdays, they're on Tuesdays. So, because they were alternating with us, we're first and third, they were second and fourth. So it's just something to take into consideration. I mean, we can do it earlier on those weeks, if that's helpful, or just have them for any questions necessary.
Well, looking at this, we need a 3/7 meeting added. And because we're in budget season, I'm good with that, but I'm not so sure 310, 317, 324, and 331 is gonna gain us anything. So I would take out probably 2 of those, because we have to add one in, the 307.
I just put it in there, so.
I don't know, that's,
I mean, in theory, there's gonna be a decent amount of budget work to be done, probably. I would guess.
we can try it. I just think it's gonna be a challenge to get the agendas and the information needed for the agendas. I think that's all you're gonna be doing. That's all you're gonna be doing.
Yeah, that was one comment from my predecessor that, you think I'd spend 15 hours in a week on an agenda. I was like, holy moly. So, rather than.
Rather than doing the work that needs to be done, to have the information that's needed for the select board to make a decision on an item.
But, shouldn't those agendas be fairly short?
Well, you could do one that's new business each week, and then the next week is old business, and go off and on from that perspective. I'm going
That's
to
an idea.
I'm going to the MMA conference
Friday.
on Friday. I can chat with some other town administrators. I'm now part of the small town administrators municipal group. I'll ask them how they handle sort of lengthy meetings, any ideas, and why don't I email you guys a report back?
Because we're talking about select board meetings, I'll bring this up too. I actually reached out to MMA directly, and their board of directors has been in contact. And I got some feedback from some of them, and I'm gonna be talking to them on Saturday too and they're gonna be actually putting forward a training.
Are you going to the MMA conference?
They're actually gonna
Oh.
be putting together training this year for select board agenda development and the role of the town administrator in that development.
Can't wait for that second.
So they were very helpful, and they had actually a lot of ideas on, I mean, in towns handle it very differently.
Are you going on Friday? I am too. Yep.
I'm not.
So, yeah, why don't we come back with some more ideas for 2-3, enjoy your next week off.
Are we
It may not be the same after that.
Are we gonna take next week off?
I think I would until we fully bake out the ideas and I check with some other resources. And
So 2-3 will be joint FinCom. At 6 probably.
Yeah,
So we have to do anything before that.
They agreed to that?
First,
thought so, yeah,
First
based
2
on-
meetings.
Yeah, and I sent them a rough budget this afternoon in a spreadsheet form, but I won't go into that now, but they should be looped in, and I think it went positively, so hopefully they're on board.
Okay, so looking at the meetings that we have. All right, we
So
have
the
2,
one on
3.
just the one on the third, then, if you're saying that's gonna be joint at 6 with finance, or it could be 6:15, right, whatever. They start wherever they start, and then if they wanna join us, why don't we start that one at 5?
Yeah,
Okay, and we can get hopefully the work out of the way before. Okay, so the third is gonna be at 5 p.m.
wonderful.
Think kind of 6. We should be able to get a good amount of work done.
Let's do
Okay,
it.
and then on the third, we're gonna discuss future agendas, future dates.
Yeah, and I will have emailed each one of our group in advance for some ideas and maybe things we've learned in the next few days
Okay.
to share and sort of really hone in on either A, weekly meetings, or B, it's not a good idea. We just really constrain our topics.
And so 2-10 would also be joint with finance, correct?
Mhm.
Because the first 2 meetings in February is the policy, the budget policy. So then,
Why don't we start that one at 5 as well?
Yeah, because that's our weekly meeting is the 3rd. Our bi-weekly meeting is the 3rd. Their off-week meeting is 2:10. So that
Fine, but it gives us an hour to get some, clean up some stuff
absolutely.
before we meet with FinCom.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but generally, department heads take slots during those 2 meetings, correct?
With FinCom,
The FinCom.
Usually that's the way it's worked.
So we
Yeah.
reschedule them in.
we don't have to do it twice,
For
you
each
know?
Good to move on.
Okay, I am. 4.3, winter storm budget discussion for current season. Does not look good.
Yeah, just sort of first and foremost, thank our folks who are the work crews that are moving snow, whether it be highway, parks and cemetery facilities. It's not been a light lift so far this year, and you're seeing that in a lot of other communities in the area. In general, highway foreman, superintendent Jim Smith reached out, and I think that those items are in your materials to sort of share where we're at. And he's basically asking for a coverage on the OT right now.
Go ahead.
I would say this is it. I won't say it's a no-brainer, but someone's done some work. We probably cover the cost.
You understand that it is a bargained item in the contract. And so I'm wondering why this is coming from the highway superintendent as opposed to the union. I had this question last year. It was a question of self-dealing. And no one ever went to the union to come back to talk to us. It's a bargained item. I think the amount is 5,000 in overtime. That would be over, well, in any event.
He hasn't been able to hire any of the drivers for snow.
I mean, they lost a staff member in the negotiations this year. We didn't fill that position.
We didn't. That's true.
Yeah, so that
So I'm more amenable, but this is a bargaining chip with the union.
Mhm.
And so before I vote positively, I think there needs to be a meeting. That involves not just us, but the union. How can we make this decision? We aren't asking for this. The union is asking for this. But it's not really the union, it's an employee. I would feel differently if this wasn't a bargained item, but it is. And it does make a difference in overages. So if you look at these other things, where are we? Where do we stand? I've gone through a lot of minutes, old minutes recently, and every time the select board would authorize the overages in the snow and ice budget up until around 2016. That's when things changed, and that didn't happen anymore. And they would authorize, okay, you can spend 75,000 or you can, and that way they kept a cap on it. What if the cap goes over what we have as free cash? And we haven't had that certified yet, correct?
No, that's
It is now the 20th of January.
it's a slow moving slog right now.
And we're in the thick of this, and the way the town manages snow and ice overages is with free cash. We don't put it in our budget. And here we are just spending away. There's no approval for that spending, and we don't even know what our free cash is. So I'm sounding like that.
budget is for last year?
241.
Just trying to make sure that matches.
So where are we now?
You've
How much
expended-
do we need from free cash?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we've expended based on what,
This
should I
says,
share? 150K basically.
yeah, so this says we still have 90 left.
But we're 90 left and we're not over through January yet.
Well, and this was.
And wages
okay.
overtime
When was the
is
due on this? Beginning
under
of
10,000.
January.
As
So,
of January 5th.
And we just had another storm. And we have another department that helps our snow and ice crew, basically,
Is it cemetery impact?
that they've been picking up some of the, the extra lifting because of, staff shortages. People have gotten sick, the flu is running rampant, the highway's short staffed as it is. So it's sort of coming from every angle. I completely understand your point, union, CBA, collective bargaining wise. So I want to do right by that, but also,
When would that mean take place? Like 2 months from now?
yeah, like
A month from now?
I mean,
if you bargain something and then the employee comes and says, hey, I want this much more. If it wasn't a union, my answers would be different.
Right.
But it is a union thing, and it is bargain.
Mhm.
And so what if someone comes and says, hey,
I'm with you.
and it's something else that's in a union contract.
Mhm.
Are we just gonna tell the employee, why, of course,
Right.
you can do that? And I understand the circumstance here, but the same thing happened last year and the same thing is coming back again.
So,
And
my take would be yes, and prove it and figure out why and what it needs to do in the future. Because it probably should have been figured out before, after it happened last year, but it wasn't.
Well-
Honestly, I don't remember any, because I was sitting in the negotiations, supposedly, when Highway was sitting at the table. And I don't recall any discussion of making that a larger number. No discussion whatsoever.
Well, so that was just the negotiations for those reductions because of the budget though.
Oh, they were talking about all kinds of things. They weren't just talking about reductions. They didn't take any. They didn't do that.
I think we could hold on this item to also make sure we're honoring collective bargaining discussions that should be done in certain sessions and certain not. So maybe this has been on the agenda. We know it's an issue. Let me catch up with
I would ask Jane.
Jeannie, I'll catch up with town council and the folks that represent the highway team and go from there. So that'll be a task I will take care of either later on tonight or tomorrow. And I'll leave the board in BCC fashion so you have record of that email.
Lori, can I chime in on this a little bit? I've been doing a pretty comprehensive review of snow and ice because I've noticed that it's going to be a big problem, and I've been actually preparing a report for you guys. Could I just chime in a little bit on part of what I see as a problem? I won't take long.
It's a little bit in reference to the overtime.
Well, mostly the snow and ice budget.
Pardon me?
The snow and ice budget, and then where the overtime has fallen in the past. As I've looked at, I've been studying, the last 5 years, and one big problem that's happened is you guys, not you personally, but you guys on this year's budget, but the base budget for snow and ice has been level funded for the last 3 years at 241, and it's been going up over 100,000. The actual costs have been going up over 100,000 each year. So by my calculations, which may be more because it hasn't stopped snowing and freezing rain since the beginning of December, so I don't know where we're going. But my estimation is you're going to need 400,000 for to pay off snow and ice,
And you're probably right.
I think I'm at the rate we're going. If it doesn't change, we don't get a dry spell, it could be more than that. So I
was projecting 425. So
there
yeah,
you go. We've been doing the same math. Yeah, and I think and what I've noticed, as far as I could tell, in all the snow and ice reports, is that overtime has been put into the snow and ice costs. Now, I don't know, I don't understand where you guys are at with overtime and the snow and ice, how that really relates. I'm sure there is a union thing in there, but I mean, my concern would be, speaking more as a citizen, that if you're going to say they can't do overtime, then they can't plow snow, because we can't force people to work at straight time. We'd be violating all kinds of labor laws. So what we'll have is Jim Smith. We'll have Jim Smith out there plowing snow by himself, and and he,
Okay.
that's
All right.
that's
Thank
all.
you.
That's all.
good point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
It's
Okay.
not the people who plow, it's the superintendent who is in a completely different union.
He does that also.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
I'm
and,
going down the road.
no, he can, yes, but there's an overtime thing.
Okay, so,
I'll catch back up with you guys on this.
okay, very good. We're on to 4.4. Is there a motion?
This one is the digitization of select board records and assignment of a select board member to said project. Not much else besides that in regards to this topic. This is really just a motion for who wants to fall on the sword and go from there.
I'll do it.
For which of this?
This is a digitation project.
I would like to do that.
Okay. I'll acquiesce, whatever.
Acquiesce.
Acquiesce.
It's a fun word though. SAT word.
So this is basically
To Veronica.
assisting Sabrina with digitizing.
Yeah, getting the files in order and getting things digitized, looking at the retention schedule, getting things that are piled up and need to be filed, and then getting the old things out that we no longer need to keep.
And it's okay for us to participate in because it's not a day-to-day, it's a special project.
Special project day to day. We need to do anyways for record keeping purposes. So, what needs to be kept will be kept. What doesn't will be, properly thrown in a fire pit or into the trash. Sorry, shredded. But the good news. So you just need to make a motion to appoint Ms. Kell.
I get to move to assign Veronica Kell to the filing, organization, and digitalization project for the select board office.
I'll second. Laura Schiffern, I'll second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Margaret Ajay.
And Laura Schiffern, aye. Thank you, Veronica.
I can do that till the end of my term. And then if you would like to do it, Lori.
Hopefully be done by
I'm
then.
good.
That would not be nice.
4.5,
4.5 is the disclosure from Chief Sartell of the Townsend Police Department. This is in regards to budget negotiation and the best practice, I guess would be the way I kind of infer it, for him to acknowledge a disclosure of financial interests and appearance of conflict interests as suggested by the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association regarding Ethics Commission. I think it goes above and beyond the standard of good faith negotiations, but it's a good practice. And I appreciate Chief Sartell bringing it to our attention and sharing it with the select board to move forward and just make note of. I don't know if you have to vote.
I don't think we
I
have to
think
do
we
anything.
do I think we have to go to approve the section
The
19
disclosure.
disclosure,
Okay.
not the section 23.
My only thought when I was reading through this was, wouldn't this kind of apply to all department heads? Insofar as they are bringing their salary forward within their,
If they have a personal services
Personal
contract.
services contracts.
maybe there are one additional one?
There's a few in the town that would be, again, a good practice.
Treasurer,
Treasurer,
maybe just let them know. I can do that just to,
Share the good news. So to Veronica's point, I think you should vote on, which one was it?
it's the section 19 one, which is the
19B.
first
section
sheet.
19B1.
Disclosure of non-elected municipal employee of financial interest and determination by appointing authority. That's the one. The next one, I think, is just a notification. That's just the disclosure.
we can make that. I thought we could move to accept the disclosure by Chief James Sartell by non-elected municipal employee of financial interest in determination by appointing authority as required by General Law 268A, Section 18.
Veronica Cal, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Margaret Ajay.
Laura Schiffern, aye.
And I'll just tell those department heads, maybe, sure, Chief Sartell will let them know what.
Yeah, I can mention in a department head meeting. I can also just say this is what Chief Sartell has done. Those that are under contract, please review and ask me any questions. I would anticipate that you follow suit.
I think it's just library treasurer, right?
I'll review it.
Yeah, if Karen can do that, that would be great.
4.6.
4.6 is designating a town administrator appointed representative for the annual audit. And to be point blank with the select board and those that are watching and listening at home, I don't have the capacity to truly pay attention to the audit with all that I have going on for you guys and with the town. And really, I know our bylaws or our guiding policies recommend the town administrator. It's probably more a treasurer type issue than it is a town administrator. The treasurer would report up any issues or any discrepancies, things of that nature. But I think your treasurer is probably your best tool for working on that annual audit. And in that vein, I think it's something you provide compensation for, as part of their annual salary to ensure that it's done correctly and it's accountable. Money equals accountability in a lot of situations here. And that's sort of my feeling on that. If in July you have a new town administrator, they may feel different, but I think in the short term, I don't have the capacity to put this on my list, to be point blank with you guys. So I'll let you discuss.
Have you discussed this with the treasurer?
I have. She said, she can fill it into her bandwidth. And she even went ahead and worked with our executive assistant to get the meeting scheduled, get that organized, be, gracious to the person from Roselli and Clark already. And they've begun the work And, you know, I think it aligns with the town accountant as well, because the treasurer's here. The town accountant is a virtual remote staff person. So
Would you be thinking maybe using ARPA funds for a one-time stipend this year?
yeah, I mean, it's wages and salaries. It does fall under that umbrella. You know, I think it does, again, help create accountability for the appointment and the, you know, proper representation of the annual audit. You know, I think $1,500, it's a lot of money, but I think it's the right tool for that role, and, you know, being properly compensated for the job. So I let them carry the water the rest of the way until the report comes out, and it's handed off to be, you know, reviewed with the committee.
As someone who's not on that committee, I appreciate any employees working on it.
There you go.
This is why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do we want to do both? I'm fine with a motion for both.
What about 5.9, review, discuss use of ARPA funds available for, we could move that piece down there, but I'm good with it. If you want a motion, if we're gonna do it that way, let's do two motions, one for the treasurer to do it and one for the funding of a stipend. So that's what I would do, and then we could consider that under the second motion under 5.9.
Yeah.
Okay, can do it.
Is there a motion?
Can we do both? I thought Goodrich moved to appoint, how do you pronounce Melissa's last name?
Melissa Dunay.
Dunay, I was gonna say that, and then I was like, nope, don't say it.
She keeps mispronouncing my last name, and I gave her feedback today, so if she's watching, she'll hear it. So.
Sorry, Melissa. I Valerie Goodrich moved to appoint Melissa Dunay as the town administrator's representative for the annual audits.
Is there a second?
Veronica, second.
Any further discussion?
One last thing is I don't want to call them bylaws, your charter says that it should be the town administrator.
This is a one-time.
This is a one-time thing, so I just want to make sure we're respectful to the policy as it's written. So
So should we say
I can,
town
up to you.
administrators representative?
yeah,
Yeah,
town administrator,
That's what.
designated representative.
Yeah, appointed as the town administrator's representative.
Mhm.
And I will second that amendment.
Amended second by Ms. Kell.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Veronica, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin,
Thank you very much. Once we get to 5.9 on ARPA funds, we'll discuss the amount and other parts of that agenda topic.
4.7.
4.7 is review and approve an agreement for environmental monitoring reporting with the Greenville Road landfill. Weston and Sampson has been doing this with their engineering wing for quite some time. They're going to continue this process. The costs have gone up like everything else in the world, but we will input that into our budget and go from there. So it's not a review that I've gotten. I haven't gotten town council review of the agreement, so it might be something that's signed out of session once town council has given us the green light.
Is this within this 80,800? Is it within
The 3 years.
TBD.
It's over 3 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like,
So it's like, 25,
27?
27.
Yeah.
I think it's 20.
26, it's 27, 28, and 29 ending, so fiscal years.
Right, so what was it this year? It used to be 20.
it was 25 this past year. and
So
change.
it's not that much beyond.
It's not,
It's not
No.
a huge increase.
yeah, I believe we're required to do it.
Yeah, we are required to have.
I
someone
just
has
assume
to
so,
do it.
but
Yeah.
there's value in continuity in the folks that know it.
Mhm.
So that's sort of my recommendation and thought on that. So
The Board of Health has already signed,
the Board of Health has signed.
and town council has signed.
What's what?
It says
Would
town
it be-
council.
That might be the old agreement,
Oh,
but don't quote me on
What
that.
line item would be into the
must
budget?
be signed.
It's around trash. If you look
Landfill,
around.
repair and maintenance, professional services?
Yes, yes.
Because professional services, last year I have 8,300.
Okay, so it's not that one.
Okay.
But it's in the general area. Let me see, I get to the budget.
Oh, so part of my not having read this email, Liz from MTC had reviewed it, and she had approved it, so
Town council assigned it.
yeah, she had a question about the insurance limit. You know, we're at 1 million and she recommended being at 2 million, but I think that might be overkill, but, so I would sign and move forward.
Did you find it in the budget?
No, because that's their accidentally entered against such closely. Sorry, I can't.
I mean, this is not built in. I know they signed it.
But I think they're waiting
It's
for
on
our,
the budget.
Oh, today?
yeah.
I see.
I'm good with it because I know we have to have.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just making sure that,
Okay, so that is not to sign out of session. It is to be signed now.
okay.
Do you want me to insert?
Would you like a motion, Larry?
Please,
20th,
20.
yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can.
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
Larry? Yeah. I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the agreement of environmental monitoring and reporting of Greenville Road landfill from Weston and Sampson Engineers, Inc.
Veronica Cal second. Do we need a time period on that?
It's for FY 27, 28, and 29.
Okay, so that's part of the motion.
Yes.
Any other
second.
discussion?
No.
Hearing none, and that's to be signed now.
Correct.
Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
Laura Schifrin, aye. Let's make sure Sabrina gets that.
Down, down.
9. Oh, 4.8.
Landfill engineering, so it was 22,750
Okay.
last year, so it's gone up
Like 5,000.
5,000 a year.
Yay.
Like everything else.
So it's just,
That's a,
It's 5,000 here.
up there.
Well, 25 for FY 27, 26, and then 28, so they're ramping up.
It was 19, 21,7 and 22,750 on the last
So
contract.
22. So yeah, it's 3.
Yeah.
It's up 3 and change.
it's just the world we're in right now.
Yep.
Put this stuff together. Public records policy, I don't have a 4 point.
4.8.
4.8, that was the first reading of the public records policy revision. I thought you would touch base, or you touched base on the reading policies,
Yes.
but not necessarily whether we needed.
A revision.
The revision I wanted was waivers on costs.
Mhm.
If there are going to be waivers, I think it needs to come from the town administrator.
In regard to the record access.
And
Yeah.
yes, so if there's
Fees,
a
regard to fees.
fees, right, if there are fees being charged by an employee
Mhm.
who feels that in their department to get the work done, a fee needs to be charged. I do not want the RAO waiving the fee. I think the town administrator. Now, if the town administrator is the RAO, different story. But it should be the town administrator waiving the fee, not the records access officer.
So that would be an edit to the public records policy we passed.
Correct.
So we would probably want to work that wording through town council and go from there. So,
Yeah, so I don't know how everybody else feels about it. So, that's just,
We can have a discussion on it once it's there.
once it's there,
Or, well, unless,
I don't want to make the change to, I don't want to pay for town council
well,
to look at
I
it.
guess the question is it within the scope of, if
Yeah, I mean, so again, whomever is in your town administrator chair, that role, I agree, you should have a sort of a check and balance in terms of what's waived and what's not. And I think it's, it's a collaborative effort with the record access officer to understand the intensity and sort of the layers of some requests. So I think having a town administrator, also be a part of that review is important. And then determining, something's going to take 6 staff hours, then I think we have to ask the requester, are you able to afford set costs at, it's $25 an hour for anything that's in excess of 2 hours, and, is in redactions and stuff like that. So I just think that's a proper way to use your town resources. And, have the town administrator, again, it may not always be me or whoever it is, be a part of understanding all the different complex requests that come in. So
And that doesn't really even cover the cost.
Well, no, I mean, my argument for this would be actually that it's important for the town administrator and select board to understand how many hours, even if we can't collect a fee, is being used for these things. Because I know there's going to be a lot of things for which we can't collect fees.
correct.
And that's fine.
Yeah, and
Even if
that's
they take
fine.
8 hours, then you might not be able to, and that's,
And it should be shown in the budget, how much is spent.
Yeah, it's a budget thing, and it's just also, the staff work really hard here, and I think we want to make sure that, sometimes it's tough to do things and feel like you're doing them, and you're just doing your job. And I think I respect the requesters, and I really appreciate their gathering of information, but some of them take a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that their tax dollars are being used properly.
and our RAO is doing a lot of work too.
Yeah, the RAO's built a wonderful platform. It's a lot of requests to manage, so we got to make sure we do right by all our folks in here.
So it's number 8, where it says RAOs may assess a reasonable fee. I want that reworded to say that the keeper of the record may, whoever the keeper of the record is, whatever you want to call it, if it's the treasurer's office or the accounting office, if it's going to take them longer to pull up the records, like if it's,
What does it say right now? The
RAOs may assess a reasonable fee to produce a public record, except those records that are freely available for public inspection. So if you have to go and hunt up paper records or whatever, I want that wording changed, so it's not the RAO who is assessing the fee. It's the record needs to, if it takes more than 2 hours of an employee's time or whatever, then a charge may be made.
Yeah, and really it's I just had a request for some things from Guardian, so I'll use this sort of case in point where the records requester asked for a Guardian history report. Guardian said, hey, it's going to take us 3 hours to do said work. Their rate is $145 per hour. We waived the first 2 hours of work. The third hour, the town absorbs that $145 of work. But I worked with our RAO to say, here's a budget, here's a line item budget that said, we need to recoup $25 for that third hour of work. And, I shared that with the RAO. He appreciated the thoroughness of the report, and he shared it with the requester. I haven't heard anything additional from that. And the nice part there is the clock stops until the requester comes in with the check or the card or the cash, however they're going to pay, to move forward. And then the clock unpauses, and I would work with Guardian to get the records put together.
Well, wait a minute. Guardian is not the same as an employee here.
They are a vendor of the town.
Correct. They don't get $25 an hour, they get $145 an hour.
So we can't charge more than that.
Can't charge
So
more.
the taxpayers now are going to absorb
That is correct.
Guardian's fees for that
Yeah,
request.
that's a $90 difference. No, it's a $120 difference. Correct. I
That's all
echo.
we can
So
charge.
that's $360 for just that one request
It is.
Yeah.
390 actually.
Of taxpayer money.
of taxpayer money.
It's it is part of our public records charges, and
Our state law.
state law. So, and that's why I think
And they're
it's,
really good at mandating.
that's why I think
unfunded
it's so important
mandating.
to really understand what's being asked and take a little bit more time to identify a budget for each request and see if it can be done in 2 hours. And if not, then the requester needs to determine their skin in the game to pay the $25 per hour outside the two.
And that determination needs to be made within the first 10 days of the request. It can't be made after the fact. So people who are record keepers have to make sure that they respond quickly. And I don't know how quickly requests are going out.
Yeah, no, it's been great working with the town clerk's office.
Good.
They've been wonderful in saying, hey, we got something, and I'll keep using that Guardian case as an example because I brought it up, and they shared it with me within, I think it was 24 hours. I caught up with Guardian, and we sort of worked on the line item, clarified it for the town clerk record access officer's office, and the clock has been paused per se right now until next steps. So
I think that all department heads need to be aware that they need to look right away.
So yeah, that would be another nice department head meeting topic for me, among a few other things.
So, but I want to change where it says RAOs may assess a reasonable fee. A reasonable fee may be assessed.
I'll reword it and review with town council and bring back a proposed change.
Yes. Okay.
It may take me a week or two, but give me a little bit of big out time for that.
So, thank you.
All right, so that's gonna be in the
Either 2-3 or 2-10.
2-3 agenda.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for 2-3, but I've got a couple of things also
Okay.
to review with town council between now and then.
Okay.
No promises.
This doesn't seem like a heavy lift, that adjustment.
No, I don't think so, and I'm hopeful we can have it, move it to old business, approve it, and
Okay.
kick it off our list.
I think we should also put something in there about the records requests and how they're being kept. I really want a document so that people know how that platform works.
Okay.
And it can be, it can be used from RAO to RAO.
Mhm.
And unless that's memorialized in a policy, I don't have faith that it will happen.
Yeah.
So we need to think about that too while we're,
I'll ponder that one. I may silo it for now. Though.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have 4.9, we have a proclamation. Let's read that.
Does anybody want to give me a pronunciation on the last name? Or the name
Dubril.
overall?
Dubril.
I'm sorry?
Dubril.
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 Yep.
Is it Lewis or Louis? Or,
I would say Lewis.
Give me 1 second. I had a wonderful email from
Mr. Dubril?
I told you?
that told me. So hold on.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking. This is the proclamation. I want to do it the right
So
way.
the pronunciation from our assistant town clerk is Lewis and Dubril.
Dubril. Okay, thank you. So,
That is what I said.
Yeah, Lori.
I'm just, I had to confirm.
I happen to know.
I don't want to be butchering this
Name.
proclamation. So, okay, I Valerie Goodrich, clerk of select board, make the following proclamation. Whereas the Boston Post-Cane traditionally been transmitted to the oldest citizen of Townsend, and whereas Louis Dubril, who was born in the year 1927 and recently celebrated his 99th birthday, as well as the 72nd anniversary of his wedding to his beloved wife, Dorothy Dubril, has been recognized as the town of Townsend oldest resident, and whereas Louis Dubril served honorably in both the United States Army and United States Air Force, enjoyed a 40-year career as a union carpenter, and is a member of the Townsend Congregational Church, and whereas Louis Dubril, for 21 years, has been one of the personalities who gives the town of Townsend, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, its unique history and character. Therefore, we, Valerie Goodrich, Veronica Kell, and Laura Schifrin, select women of the town of Townsend, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, hereby bestow to Louis Dubril the town of Townsend's Boston Post cane with all respect, honors, and distinctions transmitted therein, and therefore We, the select board, urge all citizens to join us in honoring Louis Dubreuil for his great accomplishments and venerated age, given this 20th day of January in the year 2026. Select board vote.
That's awesome.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice.
This
So
has a place for our signatures.
do we have a motion to bestow the?
I vote to move to bestow the Boston Post key on Louis Dubreuil.
Veronica Cal second.
And here's the original Robert
Excellent.
with a seal.
I know, I'm like, this is like a ripped piece of paper. I've never seen this. I haven't.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
And many more.
No, we
When
actually
does
give
the
them.
when
I think they do.
So when does that happen?
Yeah.
They're gonna have a little ceremony. I can share that date with you internally. Typically, it would be a representative from the select board. If they're able to, can join. And if they're not, I can go potentially in one of your steads, if you will.
Or we can all go?
Or you could all go similar to like Kids Country Kickoff. It's just a moment to share with Mr. Dubreuil, his wonderful moment.
Okay, well,
I'll
let me know. I
circulate
don't have
that.
wonderful moments in my position, so that would be great. I would look forward to that wonderful moment. Okay. 410. There's a first reading of our temple policy.
So,
Yeah?
I reached out because I included in the SharePoint. While the select board can recommend formats and, this is what we do in town, we can't force any other board to follow a certain agenda policy. So
Well, it's not a policy, it's a template.
we
That
can't,
is,
we can't, but that's not what the policy says. So, and this is the only reason I reached out. So
reached out to who?
I asked council if we can enforce this policy.
Oh,
So basically, can we
he
enforce?
said no?
Well, I put it in this is his response right there. So essentially, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong if they're interpreting it differently. But so the template policy says, and I am all for us all having consistent agendas. I think the townspeople would love it. I think everybody would love it. That being
We can
said,
still have a policy though. If they want to not follow the policy, that's up to them.
I guess I agree with Valerie on this. I think that we can put it in the handbook. And we could even put a pointer to where you can find it, like on the website
any new
or
board
somewhere.
member, you can say, here's all the
And-
templates.
Yeah, because I think this is a part of that volunteer response committee that we set up. The purpose was to go through that handbook and try to make things right. I don't really want to make this into a policy, but I agree with the sentiment
Mhm.
of having things consistent. I absolutely agree with
100%.
that. And I think that the
Well,
place
town
for
clerk asked for a policy. Like he couldn't, I asked if he was handing out the forms with the new, which we approved. The templates to go with,
Yes,
The
and I
handbook.
thought they were going in the handbook. I did, and I'm good with that.
Yeah, we just don't, from what I understand, we just don't have any recourse. I mean, we couldn't tell somebody that they're a board, they can do.
okay.
And so I am good with, I think it should be somewhere that somewhere online that boards can grab that. A paper doesn't do you any good. You really need it
So
online.
I think it would almost be like, when you get like a manual for like a new vacuum these days, or like an iRobot or anything, a cell
Yeah.
phone, it's like the quick start review. Here's a best practice, have the agenda, have the name of your members, dates, Zoom link, etc. This is the format that we found successful. This is your quick start for your new role as chair of the planning board or board of health or whatever it might
Well,
be.
the idea too was to make sure that everybody who was a volunteer would get them, so they knew what to expect.
And I want them to get them, trust me, like 100%.
Yeah.
I wish anybody who's new on a board should get that and it says, here's all your templates. Because I think if the new board member gets all the templates, 99% of them are gonna use them.
Right, because it's easier.
Yeah,
Why not?
But I guess the only.
Well, it looks more professional than what we have coming across our desks sometimes.
And I just wanted clarification on that, and because I was like, I remember this from MMA training that the select board does not have a lot of authority on this sort of, and that was Adam's, response was we couldn't enforce.
And
So when the policy says, in documents, shall utilize only those templates that have been formally approved by a select board. We can formally approve a template, but we can't.
who's even gonna be checking the templates to see if they're doing it? Not me. So,
Well, if you go to enough of your boards or look at the agendas that are put out by some of the boards,
I think, well, here's what I think. I think boards that have administrative help, like the CR committee, we have administrative help because it's
so
a
staff
select
should
board.
be using the
And
templates.
so Sabrina
And
puts
staff
the
on
stuff
boards.
on letterhead, on the format. She uses the
So
format.
at least they look more professional.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll think of my land use friends, and they each work with 3 different boards. They do a fine job of organizing it based on, I think it's really similar to the select board model. And I think that's,
Land use does a great job.
yes,
They're
that's
not the
it.
issue.
It makes it really easy as a newcomer to town to be like, all right, it's the same agenda I saw at the select board that the planning board has. So but it's a great practice. It's not something that, you couldn't enforce on just your, flag committee board, if that's a board or whatever it might be, because that's just volunteers, for the most part.
Right, and they don't have staff support. They don't have paid staff support.
And there's some boards that have staff that have done it themselves.
But if
The
you
library's always done
give
it, that
them
board.
the handbook and the templates are in there and where to find the template online, you only need to find it the first time. After that, you're good to go because you just edit it and change the date.
Yeah.
So a policy though makes
So
it.
the handbook is online, right? And then the templates can all be online.
Yes, and I
So
think
nobody
that's
has
good.
to do anything. The town clerk doesn't have to hand it out. People don't have to sign
Well,
off on it.
someone has to let the board know that the handbook exists. And I think that that's always been the town clerk office in my experience,
Yes, it
although
has.
you didn't get it at all, Valerie.
This whole thing started because in 9 years, I never had a hand.
But you were appointed and sworn in?
I've always got one
I
if
never
I
got
was new to a board.
Sworn in.
After I was on many,
So
many
that's how-
boards, I didn't get offered it anymore.
So, but yeah, I mean, I think I 100% would want there to be out there available for people. I just don't think we have policy.
I think it could just go under
Okay.
town clerk's website, and I'll work with him to say, can you just have a blank Word document with a header set, footer set, fields in, here's an example, and say,
Yeah.
please share this with anybody you bring in and.
Highly recommend you use it.
Yeah,
It's a best practice,
So 4.10 is no action taken?
correct.
5.1.
I'm gonna quickly jump in here. If you look at the fives, I inadvertently took out 5.8 and I deleted it, so there's not a 5.8. It goes 5.7 to 5.9, so I just don't want to confuse any of our friends online and folks participating. And also, we are anticipating for 5.2 and 5.3 our school friends to join us around 4:45ish.
5, maybe.
So we're a little ahead of schedule. So just throwing that out
yeah.
there. We're doing great work. Keep it up. So,
Yeah, Randy Rush will be here some 4:45, 5 o'clock,
mhm.
something like that.
But your 5.1 is clarification of Townsend first policy. I don't have a lot to opine on this other than, I think the Townsend first policy was a great practice that was enacted back in 2022 at the tail end of COVID. I do think it's important to remember that Mass General Law supersedes any said first policy for any community in the state. So that's important to remember. And this might be an opportunity to either pull back the Townsend first policy or to more lengthy debate, not necessarily tonight per se, but more thoroughly review how this could be carried forward in the future. Having read it, it does leave some gray in my personal opinion, rather than provide clarity.
It wasn't meant, I was on the board when this
Yeah.
was discussed, and it was COVID, and it was to support local businesses, et cetera. It wasn't meant to supersede the bidding process for RFPs or anything like that. You still have to be the lowest bidder or whatever the rules are. And so it wasn't that, but if it's under 10,000 and you have the choice of choosing from someone in town or someone out of town, that was the purpose.
That was the guiding principle.
That was the guiding principle, yeah. So, anyway.
I hate to say not a lot of projects fall under $10,000 anymore, but yeah, it seems like in our world, we don't have many of those.
If you
but
were
I know what you mean.
catering, or
Yeah.
you were doing pest service, or you were going to
Landscaping or,
paint the wall,
It's
or
also-
landscape, or mow.
This also doesn't apply to hiring to them.
correct, it does not.
No.
Yeah.
Well, what does the first paragraph say?
Seek to hire from within the department and from existing qualified town employees.
And this was reviewed by town council, by the way. So, you know, so it's within the confines of the law and all other factors being reviewed.
Yeah, or you can do nothing, just you know, something to revisit, and just thought it was good to bring it back to us, so.
Do you think it should be changed?
I think it should be
mean-
done away with.
I know a lot of towns don't have a policy like this, because I think sometimes it gets confusing.
And those that want it could look to us.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
So,
another, I mean, because somebody else isn't doing it doesn't mean that we can't,
Oh, no,
or that it shouldn't be done.
no, we're always looking at other towns for policies that we don't.
Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, fishing around.
So,
of course.
I am not opposed to this. I think it's a good idea to stay local if you can stay local, provided all factors are equal. You know,
So there may be no action here, it's just,
Okay.
if we're going to have a golf tournament that we're going to sponsor as a fundraiser, do it here in town.
Yeah.
Not
Shaker Hills in Hager.
right. That's the type of thing that was driving this.
Can we do that, golf tournament, raise some money? That sounds great.
Well, you know,
Springtime's around the corner, right?
Giant bake sale.
why not? That's how you get money in town, right?
Right.
Forget those overrides.
Yeah.
No, just, yeah.
So no action to be taken here, again, just wanted to bring it before the gang to take a look at, and appreciate the
If
clarification.
people are interested in changing it, absolutely. I'm not necessarily, and it was vetted. So I'm not
Okay.
interested.
I would take 5.2 and 5.3 and hold on those,
Yeah.
and let you guys jump to 5.4 and the rest of the agenda.
So I was delinquent in, I have been this special municipal employee. Who are the special municipal employees in town, and who knows? So I've spent a lot of time going through old agendas and minutes because that's where it is.
Okay.
I'm not so sure, sorry Jack, is he still on, that the town clerk's office even has declarations of every special town employee. So there's a list now in the SharePoint to be perused. And
All of these?
yeah, and you can see the dates. I will talk about the fire chief.
Jesus, don't.
So this isn't exactly, it's more of a memo on special municipal employees in Townsend. I do know that I was on the board when our fire chief was the first contract for part-time. And my understanding at the time was that the fire chief was
She just won't let go of this.
a special municipal employee. And I thought that because of a former fire chief, 30 to 40 years ago, who was also a facilities person in the school and the fire chief. And my understanding was that that person
It's a whole
was
different
a
law.
special municipal employee. And it runs with the
role.
position, not with the person.
Yeah.
So if you go through here, and I am sure there are more. In fact, I found that I think it's Cemetery and Parks Commissioners. There are 2 dates where they've been, appointed, and I have all the documents here. One was like in '98, and then again in 2016, when John Barrett requested that the position be made when both the moderator and because he was on both of these and he works as a municipal attorney from time to time. So in any event, all of these positions are special municipal employees. And I'm sure there are others. I just haven't gone through every single thing.
Like is the town administrator one?
The town administrator is not one that I've found, but I could probably look around the 2015, 2016
Yeah, I'm
timeframe
curious just because it's,
and see if I can find that.
yeah.
Select board members are special municipal.
That's by state law.
Pardon me?
By state law.
Yes, that is correct. And so are part-time fire department employees and workers, are by mass general law. Part-time fire EMS employees are.
All firefighters are. All of them are.
I don't know about full-time, but part-time are. All part-time are. So all the on-call, all the per diems are. All part-time. I don't know about full-time. The police chief is a special municipal employee. So in any event, I thought it was a start for this. Because it's kind of mind-boggling to me that it's even being
Heard your friend,
questioned.
Assistant Town Clerk Jack, seems to have a list in front of
You
him.
got a bigger list?
I do. The town clerk's office maintains a list of special municipal employees.
Let me see. And how it compares to mine.
Are they by name or position?
Position.
So basically,
You have one more copy, or did Val get two?
yeah, I have 2. So
You're just hoarding the copies, it's fine.
the select board at various times has designated, different positions,
Assessors.
especially municipal employees.
So the moderator was in '63, but it was also declared in 2016. There are many of these. Going back.
Why does it only show the part-time chief in 2024 and not 63?
So, in order for someone a position to be eligible to be designated as a special municipal employee, it has to meet certain requirements. And one of them is, I believe, is that a position has to be either unpaid or someone works less than a certain number of hours per year.
Or the employee holds a part-time position that allows them to work at another job during normal working hours.
Right.
And they are ors, not ands.
Fire chief was certified in 1963. But it's only on here in 2024.
Can I ask kind of an important question before I continue this conversation? What's the impetus behind having this conversation right now?
It's because of the ethics thing that came
So,
out about whether
I'm
or
not
not.
gonna participate in the conversation because I've been advised not to participate in an ethics conversation. as
Well,
a
it's
member of
not
the
about ethics. It's about-
but that is the impetus behind this list is we were asked to do this because of the ethics investigation, so,
Okay.
which is fine.
The-
You can
Well, I
grab
think
one.
it's a
The only person with a
Yeah, I
brain,
appreciate it, it'll save me time.
And it's no offense.
the only person with a brain in that room is Valerie.
Because some of these positions were declared more than once.
And Gary Shepherd was not the position for special municipal employee for the fire chief was not valid until 2024 because we went several years with a full-time chief. And that position could no longer be a special municipal employee. So Veronica is simply trying to defend Gary, and she can't. And Valerie ended that conversation because it's violation of ethics for them to have this conversation. And Veronica refuses to follow any law that applies to her or the town. She is going to cause another lawsuit. She may very well find herself before the Ethics Commission herself.
You know, when ethics disclosures are required to be filed, like there's all these ethics and conflict of interest rules that are connected to that status. And this is just the list that the town clerk's office has right now, but it's very possible that there might be a discrepancy or something might be missing.
Yeah, for sure.
But I just heard you mention it, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's just weird that why are they all different dates and why would the dates, these are positions, not people.
Correct.
So why would that change?
My answer, people don't know. If you ask me who had been, it's exactly why the fire chief wasn't declared a special municipal employee in 2021, or others. I mean, you just don't think about it.
And so something else to keep in mind is that at one point in time, a position may have been full-time, at another point in time, it was
Budgetary constraints.
Example is
Right.
town accountant, part-time.
And the fire chief was full-time for several years. It lost its SMC or SME, special municipal employee status. So when Gary took over, nobody added it in until 2024. That's why this is a problem. And Veronica is violating ethics, having this extensive conversation, trying to defend Gary in his ethics complaint. She is violating ethics, every word that's coming out of her mouth.
Positions when the person was hired. And so you just don't know. And that's why over and over, like the moderator in 1963 was declared, and I have all the emails of what I.
Moderator was later than that.
Somebody should need to file an ethics complaint against Veronica Kell for the repeated attempts that she is making to influence Valerie, yes, absolutely. That Veronica and Valerie wants no part of this. She knows it's against the law. I think somebody, maybe me, I don't know, somebody needs to file an ethics complaint against Veronica Kell for all these meetings that she keeps bringing up, these ethics things that she wants to interfere with an ethics investigation against our town employees who, this is insanity.
Look at
That's that.
too.
So the wiring inspector was declared in 2015. I don't think you have that on here. The alternate wiring inspector was declared in 2015, but the month before that, so was the inspector. Same with the plumbing inspector. And I have all the minutes because I've been going through minutes looking for special municipal employees. And this is the list I came up with. I didn't have all the 60s, but I did have 2011 library technician. So it's interesting, and that's why.
So So
I'm sorry,
if you were- if
Valerie
you were
feels
any-
she can't talk about this.
If you or anybody else sees something missing or discrepancy, definitely we're interested.
Oh, Veronica said, oh well, Valerie can't talk about this because she's been like, Veronica, you can't talk about it either. What is wrong with you?
You have that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
While we have you, can I ask you a question
Yes.
having to do with the templates?
Yes.
So, are you handing them out with the handbook?
Not yet.
Well, because you didn't, but Harrison asked for a policy in order to do so. We are saying they should be included in the handbook
Right, so
without a policy.
right now there's a board and committee handbook. And that's one of the things that's handed to someone when they're sworn in, along with the meeting law guide and a few other documents. So, I think the town clerk's office certainly could add templates to the packet that's given to people.
That's what the VBCC, I thought, was chartered to do, was to make updates to that handbook. It's the select board's handbook. We could pull it back to the select board.
I think it's just a question of timing. I think in discussions I've had with the town clerk, I think the general intention was that whenever the work of the BBCC was completely wrapped up, then the next thing was that I was probably going to take it all and then put it all into like create the new packet that goes out to people when they're sworn.
And updated, like with January 2026?
You're talking about the templates?
Yeah.
Specifically? Yeah, or like
And
a
the
recommended
handbook.
sort of form and things like that.
And the handbook.
Yeah, and I think once that has happened, then the VBCC would probably dissolve from their role.
We're dissolved already. So tell me,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
we were
That's
dissolved
it.
at the last
We-
meeting.
Oh, you dissolved at the last meeting?
Oh, I thought we had a motion to dissolve at the last meeting.
For the VBCC? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we have it on our to-do list to take what the BBCC did.
Yeah.
And I think,
Incorporated over time, so.
yeah, and I think an idea you had at one point, Lori, was to actually have a binder. And
And give them a binder.
and the binders can have,
Everything in it.
so I think that's the goal, so that just needs to be implemented.
Okay, I didn't dream up the policy, okay? It was asked that in order to make it, here comes our clerk,
All right.
please.
So if I may,
This is not on the agenda, you guys, but
It is on the
the
agenda.
template is.
The template is.
so on the topic of the template and
I'm
only
just gonna say, we're pausing the special municipal employee topic for now.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab my computer charger and let you guys
Okay.
talk about
Okay.
policies.
Okay,
so where we left the VBCC, as far as I can recall, is that we adjourned and didn't set a date for another meeting, pending a conversation of the select board of where this was going to happen.
We did not dissolve. We did
So
not
we-
dissolve.
We at the VBCC discussed dissolution and were basically ready to not return if the select board was happy with where we were. So we were mentally prepared for dissolution.
yeah, the BBCC template.
It's
was
not
on
on
here.
So we were prepared for dissolution, but we're not officially dissolved until
We
the select board
dissolved the
takes that
cable
action.
advisory committee. That's what we dissolved. That's what you're thinking of.
Yeah, and so on the topic of, the placement of the policies and handbooks or where we were, the new combined consolidated handbook that the VBCC produced does contain these templates. And we were, pending, finalization before that becomes the handbook that's going to be distributed. So once that is the handbook that is being distributed, those templates will be in there. We just can't enforce, like, look, we can't, like, let's say a committee comes in and wants to post an agenda. We can't say to that committee, well, the policy is, you have to use this template. So if the select board wanted to enforce it, then a policy would be helpful because those boards and committees are required to follow your policies. And so if you make that your policy, barring what council has to say, so you can speak to that.
You
I
can-
haven't had that conversation.
You can
But-
read
That's, that's all right.
I'll forward it to you, because
yeah.
I forwarded it to everybody else.
Sure. And so that's that's all I've got on that. So wherever the select board wants to take the VBCC, if it wants to wrap up the work of the VBCC itself by adopting the final documents once those are put together, then, there's that. If the select board thinks that there's more work to do, we can be sent back with more work. However, wherever we want to go, there's a path forward.
It's the handbook itself.
Yeah.
And the templates were to be put into the handbook.
Yeah,
It should also
they
be,
are
which
there
should be
now.
online.
Well, since it was still pending finalization, it wasn't put out there yet, but it's,
But the templates were approved, and the dates
Yeah.
that they were approved by us
Mhm.
should be on the
yeah,
forms
I
that
can
were.
double check and make sure the status of that. I'm not 100% sure if the dates of the approval have been added on there yet.
But I
Okay,
mean,
they should
I
be.
think if you've got that handbook and templates and people are, my priority is getting board members informed
Mhm.
on, here you go, because I think if you give them access to all that, people don't want to reinvent the wheel.
Exactly. And that was the whole thing. Plus it has the box for the stamp of when it gets stamped in, which was ingenious, okay? It lets them know, oh, this has to be stamped and then it gets posted. Or the minutes, same thing. I have to take it to the town clerk to be posted.
I like the idea of Jeff compiling everything that you guys have done. Just give it to us for review, because everything that you've done has been,
Well, it's
Good
pretty much
stuff.
already compiled.
yeah.
compiled.
So just
The
look
only
at
thing
it,
that's left
bless it,
is,
and see if there's
Yeah.
anything missing.
there were a couple, one or two documents that were made after the VBCC kind of put the whole packet together. So other than those insertions into the big existing packet already, then it'll be done. So that's.
And
you know,
having
quick.
it online so people can access that template
Mhm.
for,
And it's Word.
agendas.
It's Word and PDF, so there's options. So for those who would rather just type in on a PDF, and those who want to get more custom with it can use a Word document.
I think that's great.
It's perfect.
So I think we go with that.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on,
Yep.
Jeff.
Thank you for
Appreciate
this.
your.
I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
So you should probably leave again.
I just wanted to be part of that conversation, because that was my
I just wanted to note something, that in 1963, the Board of Fire Engineers was given the special municipal status. I think that includes the fire chief. That's what I think. I think that the way things have changed.
The
over
position is
time,
on the board.
because it is a 1963 article that states that the fire chief is a special municipal,
A published article.
a published article locally.
Do we have that article?
Yes,
It
it was in Nelson's stuff.
Yeah. I don't have it
He got it and
in my
sent it to
hands right
everyone.
now, but he sent it to all of us. It's probably in my email somewhere.
Mine
But
too,
I
probably
think
somewhere.
that's what's being referred to. And that people from that, the fire chief was inferred to be that. That's what I think.
So what's your thoughts here is to share this letter with, you're just recognizing these roles.
Yes, and there's way more than I thought. I would scan this and add it. This is the fire chief,
It be,
town clerks.
an informational memo to everyone.
Okay.
to all department
Yeah,
heads.
it's
I
not
think is what
single
I would
note,
do.
anybody. It's
And
just
then-
letting them know.
Because who would know? You know, and some of these have been, like the 1963 moderator one was, again voted later, again. And it didn't need to be.
21?
Yeah.
2016 or something. When did John come on?
2016, I think it was under 2016.
So I'm not on that.
How does it work for, like, you have a conservation assistant and then a conservation agent?
It used to be two
Because we
separate
used to-
positions,
Okay.
and then it was combined, and then it was made separate. It's a budgetary thing,
Right, okay,
is what it
And it
comes
got-
down to.
married together.
And the agent sometimes is just the agent and there's an assistant in place who only does minutes and that sort of thing. Sometimes there's just an assistant and no agent. Sometimes there's an agent that does both duties. So it has
Sometimes
job
we had a land
description
use coordinator.
Yeah,
Yeah,
back in the day.
back in the day. So,
Okay.
so it's, and that's why I put them on the same line when I wrote it down.
So here's one more clarifying question.
Mhm.
In terms of the fire chief role, are they only a special employee if they're part-time?
I don't think so. The police chief,
Because I don't see the parentheses after any other role except for,
well, I put it after the town accountant because the vote where the town accountant was made, do you have mine? When I did? I have to find mine.
yeah,
I have to get back to my SharePoint.
yours says fire chief part-time, and then it says
Town accountant.
town accountant part-time. So we
Because when the position was hired,
okay,
they made the position a special municipal employee. But the person being hired was part-time, and that's why I put part-time there.
so then what's the delineation between the role and the person in these?
It is only the role.
So the role is you're a special municipal employee if you're a fire chief and you're part-time. You're a special municipal employee if you're the town accountant and you're part-time.
Well, look at 1963. The town, you don't have, do you have this? It's on back, it's on the back, town accountant. They don't specify part-time there. But the thing that I have up there, what was the year on it? I have not yet made it back to my SharePoint.
That's what I'm trying to determine whether things were like, does the most recent date supersede the original, the origin of the role?
I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. It seems like a ton of stuff was voted in 1963. I
Yeah, it's a
think they
busy year.
probably took all the jobs that were in town, and that would explain why the person I'm thinking of back in the early 80s was okay to be a fire chief
Right.
and was part-time. I think the Board of Fire Engineers included every single fire person in town, whether they were the chief or the whatever else, captain, Board of Fire Engineers. And I would have to look at the
Which is
town,
fascinating.
you could look at the
Amy
town
mention.
book
Yeah,
and see who were those people at that time.
yeah.
But that's what and it's interesting that 1963 is the date on the article that Nelson had. So, in any event, that's what I've got.
Okay.
So I would distribute this to, and maybe you want to add this. This is the town accountant. I went through everything I could find online.
Well, I'd love to just put it under the town administrator's office and essentially with the town clerk's permission, scan this in and say, this is how we track it.
Right.
Just like, you know, what
But
better way
there
for
may be,
transparency?
I haven't gone through my whole list to make, because I have different dates on some of these.
Yeah, but I'd
The
almost ask,
moderator being an example.
yeah, I'd almost ask the town clerk if they're willing to stamp this and put the red stamp received on it so that it's an official thing that's been reviewed with their office, because this is a wonderful document. And then we put it online so it's available to anyone. What's the harm in that?
Right.
And then it's very clear to folks, you know, our residents and our employees, whether your position falls in that world or not,
Or not, exactly.
right? And if you want to if you think your role belongs on here, you probably have to come through whatever designation process there is, and then the town clerk's got to update their
Speaking
record.
of that, I am gonna ask TAHT, because it's in the bylaws that they can be special municipal employees, and I am gonna request that all the trustees of TAHT be named special. I wanna get a vote from the board before I do that, but
And probably whoever the admin, if they have it, if in the event they have an admin, that role will fall. Because your grant writers should probably be a part of that
yes,
world.
exactly. I agree.
So, and what is the benefit?
It's the designation that it's a part-time role, that they can do another job. And I think that makes the position a bit more attractive.
It doesn't have to be a part-time role.
Doesn't have to, it's an
If you
or.
look at it's an or.
Right.
So you're not paid, or you have a position that allows you to work another job during normal hours. It says holds a part-time position. Employee was not paid by the town for more than 800 working hours during the preceding 365 days.
Yep. Generally, municipal employees are prohibited from holding more than one paid position or contracting with the same city or town. However, special municipal employee status can be assigned to a certain municipal position by a vote of the Board of Selectmen. Several specific municipal positions are automatically designated as special under the law. Employees are eligible to be designated as special municipal employees, provided that the employee is not paid. So your housing trust folks would fall into that role. The employee holds a part-time position that allows them to work at another job during normal work hours. So I'll use my own personal position as the trust admin. I was also working as the trust admin, but also writing grants, and I had, a job outside of the workplace. And the employee was not paid by the town for more than 800 working hours during the preceding 365 days. I hadn't hit that threshold yet. So those are the ors that would designate that position, or a grant writer that you just hired to write grants for the town. So they could also go be a realtor or work at Applebee's, something to that effect. So, sorry, I'm not trying to.
Here's a job that isn't on here, payroll clerk. 6/25/2014. It's not on here, on the town clerk's list. Let me see. The zoning assistant on here. Zoning Board of Appeals assistant, what's their date?
11/7/2006.
That's when I have it too. Cemetery and Park Commissioners. They have 1963. And I have 2016.
So do you want to finish going through that and point out the differences between what the town clerk's office has and what the records show?
I think I would ask the town clerk to add the ones that I have that they don't have.
Yeah.
And that it gets stamped and given to Kieran for distribution to department heads. It's however you want to do it. And I think that I want a definition of Board of Fire Engineers.
Yeah, and I think I would send out an email to our department heads and say, we have received an update working with our town clerk, and we're going to have a sublink under related links on the left-hand side that says special town employees or special municipal employees. So like we have budgets and contract, we're going to have another miscellaneous tab link. Click that. It's going to land you and say special municipal employee PDF here. It will have the red town clerk stamp on it, received. And if we add other roles to it, we say this is as of January 21st that this was okay.
Okay, yeah. I think that's a good idea. So
I'd like to see that before
Maybe I'll send it around,
it gets
or perhaps it's
stamped.
how about it's a voting item for 2-3? Or we can always table it to the next one after that if we need to. But
No, I'd like to see those clarifications.
the full list.
Yeah.
there are park commissioners and there are cemetery commissioners. But then I also have cemetery and park commissioners.
Yeah, I may table this to Veronica to share her list with the town clerk and then run it back through us and then go from there, just to keep it moving. So,
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds.
if that's okay with you,
Oh,
I'm giving you work to do,
absolutely okay.
but I know you've got a good
Nothing
research
new.
brain going. So,
And
and I'll circulate back
have
to
a
you.
conversation with you.
That sounds like a plan, yeah.
That's one point I'd like to make.
I'm sorry, the other thing is, can I just say one thing on this? I know we're circling back, is that the date that he has here is different from my date for fire chief secretary, for example, because the later date is the date it was stamped in by the town clerk's office. The date I have is the date in the minute.
Stamp date is what
What counts, okay,
because that means it's gone through that office.
and then stamped.
Rubber stamped, yeah. It's like a
Okay.
paycheck, right?
I
The paycheck
didn't-
says you get paid on the 1st, but they don't sign that check.
Some of the
You don't get
minutes
paid.
online are stamped and some of them aren't. So, okay, that's it, I'm done, okay.
I think that satisfies this issue. There's no voting items. We technically don't have a quorum right now, so I will ask Val to come back in as we take a 1-minute siesta. I'm Kieran, by the way. Randy, thanks for coming out. Do you need a piece of candy, sugar, all the things?
Fun fact of the day, I live in the house that Randy Rush used to live in.
Oh, really?
Fun fact of the day.
Yes, that is a fun fact of the day.
The history fact of the day is that this was the start of Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4th term.
Fourth.
Whoa. 4th.
Bombing.
Yeah.
Didn't say that too loud. I'm sorry.
Well, it's interesting. The school down the way has some of his gear from when he went and spoke there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's one of the high points of their history week. So,
Cool.
Should we know Lori?
yeah, she used just quick bio break, I think. So,
Okay, let me see what you have here.
they're just little, they're like Pop-Tarts for adults. It's the way I chalk those up.
That's it, these marathon meetings, you need something.
Right?
There's all sorts of.
It's a lot. There's all sorts of chocolate in there.
Oh, good. Look at that.
My girlfriend and I have been doing like the cookies at Whole Foods, which are so good. They're like pre-made. She got like chocolate chip ones, and I got like it's whatever, like all the batters that were left that they just throw in there. It's so good. All the sugars. It's exactly what I need.
That was really good. That thing.
You're here for the school. Which topic for the school? Both.
Both.
All right. Interchangeable. Excellent.
Yes, I'm the school committee liaison for Townsend.
Awesome. Will you be at that meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m.?
That's the budget.
Budget meeting,
No, that's the finance subcommittee.
Got it. Okay. Excellent.
So many wheelhouses in the school committee.
Yeah. Just
Lots of different roles.
for our friends at home, we have 5.2, which is review and discuss status of lease agreement draft with Spalding Memorial School. And that will probably segue nicely into 5.3, which is review, discuss status of North Middlesex Regional School District agreement. We have covered 5.4 in our agenda. We will not be revisiting that topic tonight. As Lori is returning to the room in which she's seated, we'll jump into 5.2.
Thank you for the little break.
No problem.
Hi, hello, thank you for joining us. Absolutely.
This is a Val topic, so I will
Yeah.
table it to Val.
Well, so I'm not quite sure how it all got back to us, but we were just looking for an update on, first of all, the lease agreement with Spalding Memorial School.
Okay. I have spoken with Nancy Haynes in the district, and it's almost complete. We were looking and working with the Townsend last year on updating the agreement. And we needed to we took a step back on Townsend recreation, use of the buildings. At first, Townsend had asked for that to be in the lease. We thought it should be a separate agreement. We finally came to an agreement that worked out for everybody. We took that out. It's a separate agreement for Townsend recreation
Okay.
because they use more than one building. It's more than just Spalding. So,
And I know sometimes it changes based on what's being
Based on
done in the schools
availability.
in the summer.
so we do have a separate agreement with the town for Townsend recreation use. And with everything that was going on last year with the votes for Ashby Elementary and we were closing the building and the budget, We just never came back to pull that language out of the draft lease and resubmit it. So
Okay.
Nancy is going to be working on having that original language pulled out of the lease. That's now in agreement, and we will submit something to the town.
Perfect. We have some things that got lost in the
Yes.
snafus, and the sooner we get this,
Absolutely.
the better, so it's in the done box.
Yeah. Is this with, I know Emmy from our recreation group, is this with groups of their effort?
That was a separate agreement that we ended up with.
Okay.
Townsend Rec uses one of the buildings. A lot of times it's been Hawthorne Brook in the past, sometimes it's Spalding, kind of depends on what the district is doing for summer projects for use for her program during the summer.
Okay.
When the lease came up for Spalding, Townsend wanted to put something in there so they always would have use of the building.
A space, basically.
A space to use. But being that that was one building and they sometimes are switched around, we thought it best to have its own agreement.
Okay.
So the other thing was, because I was on the board when we were working on this lease before, so it was also the fees that were being charged.
And those
That
were all,
was-
right, those were all addressed in the side agreement for Townsend Rec.
And how long is that side agreement? Does it run the same length as the,
You're testing my memory now. And I feel back,
I'm just curious because I'm good with the agreement if it runs for the same length as it's 10 years or something. This was from September 2022, so the dates are so if the agreement with Townsend Rec runs for the same length as the school lease, I'm good with that.
Okay.
It was becoming prohibitive this was the reason for putting in cost-wise.
Right.
Where the rec didn't used to have to pay these exorbitant fees, it was now fees that were not sustainable by the program.
It was signed for 10 years.
And it's a 10-year, yeah.
Thank you. I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
this
my
did-
memory's not
And
bad.
so if the agreement with rec goes for 10 years too,
This is,
this has to be changed.
this is the Spalding Memorial School and the town of Townsend. So it must be the town of Townsend Recreation Department.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get a copy of it before.
I think this is the old lease. I don't think that the rec department is pulled out of here. I think the rec department is in here. So this is an
I know
old
we
lease.
haven't submitted it with that language pulled out yet. Nancy's gonna work on that with the attorney to pull that.
The language that is here is what I know I was looking at way back. The other thing is Fessenden Field.
Those were being taken out from our lease.
And so when did that happen? Because they've renovated those fields under this lease, I guess. Or was it, what is the status of the ball fields with the town then? Because that was
I think it's
supposed to be, but this lease was never executed,
Right.
and it was part of the Spalding lease.
This is,
Yeah.
this ends in June 30, 2027.
When,
This is-
Between
This is rec. This
yeah,
is
this
rec.
is recreation.
It's 3 years.
yeah, so that needs to be renegotiated and rewritten so that it runs for the same time as the Spalding lease, is what I think.
Yeah,
If they're
that's-
removing it from the lease, I would want the agreement to run for the same time as the lease for the school.
yeah, and
And
then
then,
the date, the kickoff date would be by March 1st of 2027. If you hit March 2nd and you haven't asked for any new agreement terms, it automatically renews for one more year.
just one.
1 year each cycle.
So
It
it keeps
doesn't-
going for,
No, only if, not necessarily.
Unless you
It
stop it.
depends on.
It's
You
auto-renewing
yeah,
unless-
I would
written
want
notice.
that,
written notice.
but it's not guaranteed. I would want a guarantee for the 10 years, or I would want, I understand the reason.
I will bring that back to the district and see what they want to do, what the school committee wants to do. I hear what you're saying as far as having it run. I am a year and a half at least out from looking at this the last time when we did it, so my memory really, I'd have to go back and take a look at notes and see exactly what was all the details. So I wouldn't want to misspeak now.
Okay,
But I hear what you're saying, that you wanted to run the same as the Spalding Memorial
Right.
list. and guarantee those payments. So I will bring that back and, definitely have the district contact the town,
Okay.
to finish working this out.
I'm also curious then, this means that Bessemer Field right now is under the school district. And they did all sorts of work on that.
We have no problems giving that up. We had taken a vote that we were going to do that.
And it was part
put
of
into the
this.
lease, and we just did not execute on the lease. So.
But they made the improvements, even though what's the agreement with the ball organization then at this point? I know you don't know. I don't know either, because I wasn't a selectman from the point where, it would have been me signing this lease. Because I was the chair of the Board of Selectmen when this was negotiated.
Yeah.
And this is what I left thinking it was. And the TAYBS, whatever it is, has a, agreement with the town, and I don't know if we do or not.
I can
So I
do some digging
think
this week.
that
I'll catch up with whoever I can find.
find out what the status of all this is,
Mhm.
because
Yeah, the district was not gonna stand in the way of, tabs or, of them taking over,
the
the
fields
field,
and
doing the
that.
renovations.
And I have no problem with that either, but there are people in town who are looking for, that's a town field and it wasn't bid out properly, blah, blah, blah. And so it's the same thing.
I'll put my recreation hat on at the end of this week
And
see what I can learn. So,
figure it out.
yeah,
Because
it'll be a
I
Friday.
don't know what happened there. Okay.
So
And I'm good with Fessenden being pulled out, and I am good with,
The side agreement
the
for,
side agreement, as long as it runs in conjunction with the lease for the school. That's what I think.
Yeah, and the special town meeting article was 2023, when the town voted for the 20-year lease
For this,
for Spalding.
for Spalding. So this was already voted. The one that we're looking at in SharePoint was voted. And approved.
Spalding.
Spalding.
I'm just talking about at town meeting, special.
At town meetings. This had to be approved at town meeting, and it was. So we're gonna have to bring it back to town meeting if it has changed. Because the lease is the one we're looking at, which includes the ability to have rec. This lease was never executed, even though we voted it at town
But so then
meeting.
so that's not in the article. The article, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen into a 20-year lease with North Middlesex Regional School for the Spalding School. It doesn't say
it wasn't the actual lease, they gave permission to the board to.
yes. So I don't think,
negotiate it.
I think we could, on the lease side, take that out, but because it's not part of the motion.
Oh,
It's
it
just,
wasn't, what does it say?
but not to include the parcel of land with the two as residence in field, but it doesn't mention recreation.
The recreation was part of the lease that was in play when that was.
But it doesn't say so in the
Yes.
article, so I don't think we would have to bring it back to.
Okay.
The article doesn't mention.
I'm going to suggest that I catch up with our recreation folks. The lease agreement I've had emailed to me from our recreation director. I'll chat with you offline and catch up with it, and then circle back up with you and keep Val in the loop as I think she's your liaison. And then hopefully have an update either 2, 3, or the week after, when you guys have had some more time to discuss it. So
Yeah,
keep it
I'm,
moving forward.
All right, thank you.
yeah.
And then, I guess the big one,
If that's okay with you guys.
5-3, right? Or 5-4?
The 5,
No, 5-3.
5-3.
Is the regional, and the regional agreement, and that is still in flux. A little bit of history for anyone who's not familiar is probably 3 years ago now. We were looking to update the regional agreement that the district has with the 3 towns.
Mhm.
It has not been updated since 1998. I think was the last time, and that was a court order to change our representation.
Okay.
And before that, it was 1972.
Great.
Paper written.
Nice.
Mimeographed.
There we go.
How many members is the school committee?
Right now is nine members,
And each town has 3
no.
representatives, or is it based on
No.
population?
By population. Currently, what we have is there's 3 members from Pepperell, 2 members from Townsend, 1 from Ashby, and 3 at-large members that get voted in by all 3 towns. Yes. So, in trying to update it for all kinds of things, including, the Ed Act of '94, and a lot of law changes. Some of the things we were trying to do were put in a 5-year average for the enrollment in the district.
Yeah, rolling average.
Rolling average versus just the year, the October 1 numbers, because we were finding that towns from one year to the next could have a huge swing just in the number of enrollments. We did not have a mechanism for capital projects to be assessed per programs. Right now, capital projects per the enrollment in the school of the students from K to 12. Since that agreement went into place, we have pre-K as part of the district. We have a lot of district-wide special education programs, which will move from building to building. And so we didn't have a mechanism to use those students to assess capital projects on any particular building. So we were trying to address that in the new. We ran into some issues with just language from the DESE, because they have to approve it before we can even think to bring it to the towns, to go back to them to get approved. And we were going back and forth probably for almost 2 years on very little stuff.
Okay.
And had not. We were finally getting close, and then we had all of the business with the budget crisis, closing a building. And one of the provisions that we had in there was that every town had an operating school building in their town.
Okay.
That was a request by a number of people, especially Ashby. But at the time, we had the Board of Selectmen in a large meeting looking at the regional agreement. We had community members, and everyone had agreed that that should be in there, with proposing to close Ashby Elementary, which is their only operating school building.
Right.
We obviously put the regional agreement on hold so we can know what was going on. So it's still on hold right now. A final decision is going to be made in 2 weeks now at the next school committee meeting on whether Ashby Elementary will be reopening or if it will be closed permanently.
Okay.
At that point, we can probably resume talks with the DESE to move forward on the regional agreement.
And that would essentially amend the current regional agreement or shred it to pieces and then restart.
Yeah, it's more of a shredding. If you try and read through it, it's
Layered.
quite hard to follow.
Yeah.
There was a lot of towns coming in and out of the district in the first 7 or 8 years that the district was formed. At one point, we had Dunstable. We had, it was really interesting.
Yeah.
Townsend was out at one point, Pepperell was out at one point, Ashby went out at one point.
You can get out of the regional agreement?
You can.
It's very expensive now to get out of the regional
When it was
agreement.
first being,
When it was
first
first
being
formed and nobody really had any financials involved in the district yet, it was a lot easier. But it did take a vote of all the towns to say, yes, you can leave. And it still does.
Yeah. It almost becomes
well,
a
you're only
super
down
town
to-
meeting.
but it's been free for a very long time.
Yes, it has, since like it was formed in the early 1950s. By the 1960 was set with Townsend, Ashby, and Pepperell. So it's been an extremely long time that it's just been these 3. But the first, few years were a little volatile.
For the agreement, are you guys working with almost a consultancy to help rebuild it? Or are you guys doing it all ad hoc, sort of independent with individual towns, town council?
The DESE has templates. They have checklists.
Yeah.
We've been working with our attorney for the district
Okay.
and with 2 members down at the DESE going back and forth on what's proposed.
Okay.
It's fairly, except for the little differences, like the rolling average might be different, how we assess, there's a couple different options, so we'll have to choose the option that the law allows us to, but there's an awful lot that's dictated by law.
Yeah,
that you really can't change.
yeah. And yeah, rolling average, I think, is what a lot of communities do, so that you're not sort of handcuffed by a large year, post-COVID year or whatever. But I know the education world changed dramatically in March of 2020. So
Yes.
I'm happy to help in any way or offer any ideas. We had the town that I'm a select board member, and we had a meeting about getting out of the regional agreement with Groton as a Dunstable. There was this concept, very much a concept about pulling out, and recognize that the cost was not even remotely possible. And I think what was forgotten about was one town pulls out, you basically reduce the other town's ability to afford it, while not being able to afford your own concept. So there's really no way out. It's almost fine tuning and sharpening your pencils to say, how can we work together forward rather than trying to demolish something.
The reason why a lot of towns went into regionals is to share the cost of central office. And a lot of those costs, pulling out and creating your own central office, can be very, very expensive.
Yeah.
And the other part is the debt. We have debt on the high school. So any town that wants to pull out from the district would have to basically front their portion of the entire debt that they have agreed to.
Yeah, which is almost impossible nowadays.
Right, because they agreed to it. When we were doing it. So yes, you can get out of it. It's very expensive and not necessarily affordable without that debt, just to creating your own central office these days.
And in some cases, people say, oh, let's do this. And then 2 years later, you realize, oh, we do need the extra school capacity because enrollment shot up. Or, an affordable housing project comes in and adds 200, two-bedroom units. And you're like, well, now what do we do? But no, thank you for sharing that update. And again, happy to help if I can.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I'm here too, so. Thank you so much, Randy.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was nice to meet
For
you.
those updates.
Okay.
We jumped to 5-5.
Yep. Accept lease agreement for anything new on those lease agreements.
So there has been a bit of back and forth with the folks at I'm not going to give them the right name, the Firefighters Ambulance Association?
Fire EMS Relief Association.
Those guys. With the terms of the lease, I shared some feedback from your liaison with them. I'm waiting to hear back from that feedback in terms of how it looks. I'm hoping we have something to execute at the 2-3 meeting. In general, someone who read it themselves found that some of the language was, a little forward in the sense of it almost reminded me of a corporate lease. But I don't think that's the intent here. But I do agree about sort of clarification about nonprofit status and making sure that remains in perpetuity and protecting the town because it's a town-owned parcel and going forward from there. So, from the lease agreement side of things, that's the only real update I have to share with you. So nothing to vote on.
Has that gone back to town council?
I have not received the feedback
From them?
From the Townsend EMS Association to share with town council yet. I gave them our feedback, yourself and mine.
Right.
I have not heard back from that feedback. I spoke with their side and I said, I'd really like to get this resolved for the 2-3 meeting. And I haven't heard anything additional. So, so no action necessary at this time.
Okay. Do they understand that, I know that there were, my notes at least were handwritten on there, the things that I thought needed to change. Are they waiting for something from town council to put because they gave you their comments handwritten. I gave you comments handwritten and you had your own comments. I'm wondering if, do they understand that they need to comment on our handwritten comments? I guess is the question. Or are they waiting for something from council to make the changes that
I mean, I know I commented on their comments, you know, either, you know, in agreement or changing. I'm wondering if we need a new version from council at this point.
So I emailed Mr. Stevens on Saturday. I said, I received feedback on the draft lease for the Old Harbor Fire Station, Old Harbor Station. I've attached that feedback. I said, please share your feedback on the feedback in any areas to discuss. I'm hopeful this is ready for the 2-3 meeting. So it's in their hands, but I can follow up tomorrow or right now.
Follow up, and I think what I would like for the 2-3 meeting is the final agreement on this.
Okay.
And I know this is only Tuesday and it was a holiday weekend. So, and I think I got my stuff to you on Friday maybe.
Yep, and I copied you on the Saturday night email.
Yeah. So it's a little quick, but if we don't get it to council by the end of this week.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, we won't have anything back to review again to get to us by Friday of the next week for signature.
Yeah, because I know a lot of legal offices are MMA. So let me see if I can help our admin for 1 second.
That's 2-3. Yeah, I would like to have it completed. Are we taking a quick break too?
I could until he comes back.
Yeah.
This is them. No sound from them. We lost sound. We have no sound coming from you guys. Oh, you are muted. Sorry.
We're back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to answer a question from one of our staff members. So I think I was discussing catching up with town council, hopefully by end of day tomorrow. If I don't have any update from our friends at the EMS Association, I'll nudge them once more, and I'll also share, maybe I'll forward this email to town council. Say, this is how I've reached out. We're trying to get this, solidified for the 2-3 meeting.
Okay.
Please share, please look at this feedback we've received and we've offered, and how can we move forward.
Sounds good.
Okay. Next is, according to this, 5.7, West Townsend Reading Room.
Yeah, this is a fun topic, and it's really looking, maybe it's not quite baked out for a vote right now, because I'll probably screw this up, but it's authorizing me, the interim town administrator, to contact our Seventh-day Adventist users of the space to ask them to remove any items that are theirs by March 15th of 2026.
I thought that was last meeting.
I didn't have a date for you at the last meeting. So I think it's give me the green light to do that, perhaps signing a letter out of session, or I can work with you to sign, from interim town administrator and Chair Schifrin, so that they know we need them to remove their stuff. Anything that's there as of March 16th, the next business day, would be recycled and disposed of by our facilities group. The thought here is getting this ready to put it out to sell for the town. These are the steps necessary. to get it prepared so that it's empty. The town has their historical belongings, if there are any. It's a Western Historic District deeded parcel, and we put it out to auction or however we want to do it. Put it out as an RFP to sell.
And that's, so the select board just decides to sell it?
I think I'll end up going to an HDC meeting to say,
Well, yeah, but I mean, usually, well, since, to my knowledge anyway, and that's for a few decades.
yeah, better than mine.
So, I mean, and I've never sat in this seat, so I don't know. The only thing that I know about town properties is that it's gone through town properties committee with a recommendation of what to do with that property.
Okay.
So maybe that's not the process, and
Yeah.
maybe the select board can just do it.
That's a good question. I had not thought of them. I think you mentioned that to me. I just didn't follow up on it. So I will, I'll see if that committee meets. If they are a committee that's active.
Jody,
Okay.
I think it's a full board.
Okay. So I may ask them about that parcel. And
Some
then
additional ones.
the Hart Library, I think, is one that you guys should consider for selling.
I
Oh,
found
that's
so
been
much
considered
on
many
that.
times.
Yeah, and then
And-
182 Warren Road should be.
Well, I think the Hart Library last time it was an RFP for a lease, not for sale.
That was the
Well,
last time,
not
but
town
prior to
properties.
that, I found all I gave them to you. Did I keep them or did I give them to you?
Can't remember. I
I
think
can't
my
either,
stack
but
of papers. So.
In my review of minutes over the past week or so, there are many places where that was discussed many times to sell the Hart
But
Library.
it never
Yes.
actually was.
And it never actually was.
And
We
we
put it out
never-
not for sale, but for someone to take possession of it and renovate it. Still owned by the town, but
It's a lot of work to go into a lease that you have to renovate that much without having the ownership of it, I think.
Absolutely. And the other thing about that is that I haven't looked into, I mean, it's been discussed in town properties many times.
it wasn't town properties, it was a select board.
Oh, well,
That was
it's been in town properties as well. It does not have its own subject.
No, there's a thing about, there's a tight tank, I think, or they would have to put in a tight tank.
Oh, they have
There's
to
a
put one in.
discussion of that as well. I must have left them with you. I think I left them with you.
So-
Yeah. So who knows?
Yeah.
But in any event,
And have you been in
is
there
it on here?
The library, I have
Yeah.
not yet.
to
Oh,
see
yeah.
how much stuff is in there
I haven't.
that we're responsible for as a town?
No, but that sounds daunting. So
It is.
I'll also note that we have a pickup truck parking outside there regularly, and I'm going to ask our parking clerk to determine.
Just gonna ask about that the other day.
Because it has a town seal on it from the town of Stowe. And they have been routinely parking there in the evening, and I am curious to know why.
For over a year, I'd say.
Did they do
Public
That's
parking.
a fine question.
More than likely in one of those houses anyway, around
So
there.
I'm just going to make our parking clerk aware of it, and perhaps the police chief just to say, however the mechanisms are.
Yeah,
But the motion in front of us for the,
Just for the
there's a
town meeting.
motion?
so this is me, I just typed this up.
I can come up with it if you want.
So I'll summarize it. Motion to authorize the interim town administrator to request the Seventh-day Adventist Church
Yes.
Group to remove items on or before March 15, 2026. Any items remaining would be considered surplus or trash. You can say so moved if that makes it look
That
easier.
would be great.
And then.
Not good, it's so moved.
Veronica Cal second.
Any further discussion?
And I will work on the other buildings and parcels list in the. What was that?
Is the second part of this gonna be motioned or are we waiting on that? To complete the sale?
Yeah, we just did the motion to have me reach out to the church group.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me do that, and I will reach out to those folks to keep it moving and get that place emptied and ready to sell. So we can pause while the chair grabs a drink of water. What's the group about? It's called the Townsend Properties Group? Townsend Property.
Yep.
Committee.
Did you vote? Nope. We're waiting for you, don't worry.
Scared you off.
But we're done with the discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Veronica Kell, aye.
Veronica Chai.
Laura Schiffern, aye.
So I will prepare a letter tomorrow for you guys. There is no 5.8, that was my
Right.
error.
5.9, we discussed ARPA funds available for general government salaries.
I got you.
So, I mean, I would first of all say, based on our previous discussion about the town administrator representative for the annual audit, that I would like to see that the town treasurer gets a one-time payment for that work this year.
And then we come from the office.
I would.
When Lori comes back, we should do a motion for that.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just wait for the discussion till she comes back.
Mhm. For those watching at home, we're just taking a pause for a coughing.
Do you need?
So what'd you do with ARPA?
I was just saying that I would like to, if the chair so agrees, to make a motion to do a one-time payment from ARPA for the town treasurer based on the work on the audit committee.
So second,
No, I didn't make the motion yet. I was just explaining to you, so you're up to date. Would you like me to make the motion?
And I think, the amount, like, to me, I think when I look at other stipends the town has in place, I think about $1,500 is the appropriate amount for this level of detail, to have them be the sole owner of this until your full TA comes on board. And then this would also have a follow-up process that they're gonna work on a presentation and such, so it's not just, $1,500 for monitoring a vendor, there's a bit more to it.
Well, they also have to be part of the audit meetings.
Yeah, I participate in audit meetings, share a recap that I can share with you guys through a
Right.
board report, so I just want to make sure we're all in agreement that there's some expectations behind, it's not just working for.
So can we write that up? I mean, we can make the motion, but I think that
outline should be
there should be the
scope.
the scope of the work.
Scope of the stipend and scope of work for,
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay. I thought I could just make a motion to use, one second, ARPA funds available for general government salaries to make a one-time payment to the town treasurer for Melissa Dene for her work as the town administrator representative for the annual audit. The scope of work to be determined by the town administrator.
Veronica Kell, second.
Any further discussion?
Did I say the amount in that motion?
I did not hear the amount.
For the amount of $1,500
Okay,
I will second.
amendment.
and you can send us all the scope before that's finalized?
To be signed out of session?
Signed out of session, and we'll look to, probably break the payment into a one-time, like split it in half, so you get $750, a pay period from now, and then the remaining $750 at the completion of the,
Okay.
of the project, so.
Then that can be written in there too.
Mhm.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Veronica Kell,
Veronica Chai.
Laura Schiffern,
Excellent.
The rest of ARPA funds, we're discussing that.
I had asked the accountant for an update on that number. They had not returned my email yet. Last I knew, the number was in the ballpark of about 93,000-ish.
It was, because I have been doing everything with the minutes lately, $93,955 is the amount that Rosalie told us last year was the
Okay.
amount.
Maybe
And,
some added interest at this point.
Yeah. Well, the interest, that goes into the general fund. It's not ARPA money, so we don't have to account. It's not the funds that we can use. I mean, eventually we'll be able to when it's rolled into free cash and all that good stuff. But if you watch the audit tape, which I think is June, can't remember the exact date,
It was in the audit report too,
2024.
I think. It was in the audit report.
Yes, so it's in the audit report as well for the federal auditing of federal funds, not the regular report, but the supplemental. In any event, it's $93,955. And so that's the amount,
What was that again? 93,000?
955.
Okay, I'm just trying to do live math as we're sitting here, so.
Yeah. So if we take that 93955 and we subtract 1,500, we have 92455. And then we have the
Special town meeting warrant article.
special town meeting warrant article. Do you want to go over that? Or?
Yeah, so it's tough to follow, but my head's scratching a few times, but this is for our police officers that are owed retro pay for fiscal year 2025.
Right.
Yeah, 26, right?
No.
25. Oh, 25, yes.
It's 26.
Yeah, it's 26.
Oh,
But it's based on the 25 rates, so that's why it's
yeah.
retro. So that's why it's
2 years,
confusing.
Kieran, I can't do 2 years.
It's confusing to me too. So we sat with the chief today. It was wonderful.
And this
to
is
sit.
for clarification because their contract is up at the end of FY '25.
That is correct.
So they're still
Yeah.
at FY '25
That's where
rates.
the FY 25 comes.
So they currently are at FY '25 rates.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So there is a retro payment due to them. This is part of something that will be at the special town meeting where it'll be one of the voting articles that we have to say what the funding source is. So it could be stabilization, it could be ARPA.
It could be free cash.
It could be free cash.
And we voted to be ARPA.
As a board,
meeting.
as a board, we authorized it to be ARPA. It's the intention of ARPA funds is actually using it for wages and salaries. So it's aligned with that. Because it's a retro payment, it's a one-time payment. So it will help make up the difference for fiscal year 26 based on the wage rates of 25,
Correct.
which is about $53,500 to get the officers up on their regular pay. It encompasses a few different buckets: regular pay, OT, holiday. There might be a couple other training. So it all factors in. Yeah, based on the officers that are working at the time that the payment is made. So that.
Because they have to be here
Yeah,
working in order to get it.
correct. You have to be enrolled in working in the town. So that will help us cover that increase and bring us essentially to a one-year agreement, pending still a sub-approval of the town meeting to do that. So that will reduce your ARPA funds from there. Was there any other segment to that approval that you thought was relevant? I learned a little bit more today, but not to ARPA.
So
that leaves us with about,
if that passes, it leaves us with $38,955. If I subtracted correctly.
Minus 53,500.
we get to 1,500 for the treasurer.
Yeah, I got that. So what'd you have, 38?
That's 38,955.
That's what I got.
Okay.
So for those listening at home, we're left with about just a smidge under $39,000, 38,955 for exact dollar value for wages and salaries to be used before December 31st of 2026.
That is correct. And so I would propose looking at all of those who were all the non-union employees who did not receive the COLA and the step in 2025.
Yep.
To make them whole.
I don't think that's even gonna, I think that from what my rough math is, that's gonna be like 20.
I haven't gotten to the point of doing math. I may ask the accountant or payroll folks to help me determine
look
that.
at that, yeah. For all of 25, because it would be again a retro payment similar to the police, and then a step up for the remainder of 25 in their regular pay.
Yeah.
So I would want to know what that dollar amount is.
This is probably a really important thing to decide sooner, because if we're bumping them back up versus a one-time payment affects the budget. If we're bumping them back up,
It will make them whole for this year, but the question becomes, and this is where, what happens in the FY27 budget? Do they start back at what it was, or are we increasing here?
Yeah.
And can that be afforded? So that's something we have to think about.
Yeah, as somebody who,
Same question for police, right?
Yes, but the second question is an override question. So it would, roll in there if that override passed. If not, we are in default with the police and
back to the table.
it's back to the table with the unions.
the police.
With the police.
That's just for the police.
Yeah. Which who knows what that is, because we're in an impasse.
Yeah.
If we don't have the money to.
And for your staff that are non-union collective bargaining folks, as I was doing the budget, this is the dreamer's budget. That's kind of the way I'm framing it. And I've said that to every department head, like, add your 4%, I want it to truly reflect what every department needs. And that's been a really valuable exercise. So I think it's 4% of whatever was approved for the fiscal year 26, which was the reduction.
Yes.
So we'd be making it up with a one-time payment.
But it doesn't, we're not arguing to adjust that.
Right, I would, correct. I wouldn't, it's too complicated for what it's worth.
That's fine. That's better than nothing, based on the fact that this is out there.
Yeah, as someone who was one of those folks, we all work very hard. I can totally empathize for it, but I just think I'd want to be straight with those folks. Like, hey, we're going to give you a little chunk. It's not the full recognition, but we're doing the best we can.
Right.
So then,
Something.
do we want to vote on that tonight?
I would like to know the numbers.
I don't have those. I can do that.
And another place, and I know that earlier we were discussing overtime for plowing. I mean, that could come out of here, is salary.
It wouldn't be a bad practice to just clear that deck.
Yes, I mean, we want to use every single dollar.
Right, we don't want to give nothing back.
And so I still have my thing with the union, because it's in the supervisors union at 3,000. I looked at the contract.
And 3,000,
At 3,000, not 5. And why that number wasn't negotiated higher, I don't know, because the ask comes in every year. And so I just think it would be a way to handle that, and because it's salary, we could do it, and I'm not opposed to that. I just want to make sure that there's a union discussion when we do this.
So I do think I can do all the non-union things without a problem, just based on my rough math. And I can forward you what I had that.
Because you have 30, like I'm like just a smidge under 39,000. So then if you're, say it's 20-ish.
Yeah. Well, I know the library's biggest portion, that was about 13.
And then there's the admin assistant,
Admin.
there's HR,
Administrator.
the housing and grant administrator.
Parks and Cemeteries was covered by their trust.
Right,
I think that's it.
so,
Yeah, you may have a few admins
Maybe.
here and there.
might be a few stipends.
Yeah. But Melissa would be able to,
She can run that.
Yeah, and let us know where,
and the library director has the numbers for that.
yeah. So I think it's a good use of the funds. And then anything left, we could extend HR to the point that we can. And then when we're out of funds, we're out of funds. So it would mean then that we could, if we haven't had a discussion about how we're gonna handle HR beyond, but it could help to alleviate some of the dollars, put in the full dollars in the budget if we're gonna contract HR out or whatever we're gonna do.
Yeah, looking at the budget, there was it was all ARPA for that role.
Yeah.
And so like there is no number on the
It
budget.
wasn't in the budget.
No.
Yeah, it's non-existent. So I've sent the budget off to FinCom with a lot of notes and caveats to it. So, you know, I'll take your guys' lead in terms of how you want me to bump that around and go from there.
I think we should put in for a contract.
Okay.
And I think that any dollars that are left, we should extend what we have for as long as we can.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
I mean-
not opposed to that.
I guess this is a question of what the bigger budget looks like, right? And how we want HR to fit into that structure. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say what exactly it's gonna be at this point, right?
Or about anything.
I don't think we know,
Yeah.
but I think that if we're thinking of contracting HR, because we
Sure.
know there's an end point, I would want to confirm, I'm pretty sure in that December 2024 meeting, that we just funded with ARPA through this fiscal year. I don't think we went beyond.
Yeah.
So I would, anything left, whatever dollars we have left, go as far as we can. So we have a date and a notice date and all of that. And then it will alleviate catching it, Laura, some of the costs for the, if we are contracted.
The one pause I'll give you there, again, I value all the roles, is if you were to strike gold in a TA search and you had someone that said they could start June 1st onboarding and you could pay them, you could
Would work as well.
You could use ARPA funds to bridge that gap, even if that person was a couple days a week as they integrate, they break off from where they are, and integrate into Townsend.
Exactly.
That's a good use too.
I think we may need that discretionary spending in that line item.
As long as it's salary.
Well, it would be, you know,
Otherwise.
John Smith, you know, onboarding, you know, because you still have me under contract then, and I'm basically, here's the plate of food, you know, here's what's going on, and
There should be an overlap.
there should be an overlap for.
So that can be used for that.
Yeah, and I would leave it up to you guys to decide, you know, leveling that against human resources, you know, giving people on the proper raise backs or whatever, however we want to phrase that out, to making sure you have a role, someone in that seat that's being compensated appropriately and can carry the torch from day one, come July 1, as the fiscal year rolls.
So this is a tangent from that. We need to decide when we're going to post for our search committee and what the goals are for that search.
That's a whole agenda item.
Yeah, do we have a date for that agenda?
I can put that on the next one. I think Sabrina and I talked about that. So.
No, we already talked about the makeup of the committee. We just haven't posted for it.
Good, fine.
I may say you need more than 3 people to make that call.
I would like that too.
And I might say I disagree.
That's fine.
I know.
We already voted.
Because you did already vote, and I watched it, and I thought to myself, having now been here almost a month in this role and proud to be doing it, you really need to check with some other stakeholders.
My thoughts on this is that at the time we voted, it was like, I wish we had taken a pause actually just to think about it, because it was so close after we got the resignation, and we didn't know if we were gonna have an interim that was just gonna be there real quick. But now that we have something, we have, I think, just a little bit of breathing room to make sure we do everything the right way. So hopefully we can get somebody who stays. That's just my 2 cents in the process.
What I saw is that the number of people on the committee has no correlation whatsoever to whether someone stays or not.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. True. Point
So-
counterpoint.
And it's the selectmen that make the final decision, so it isn't always what the board recommends,
That is true too.
okay? So been there, done that.
Sure. It's something we can revisit, but I just had that in the back of my head. So, but I think long story short, having a little extra ARPA buffer in there It's a
I'm
good
not
idea.
opposed to that if that's, possible.
Yeah, and I'll get some more ideas at MMA about how transition plans work and stuff like that for you guys, and hopefully cycle something back. You may get them on your own exploratory
I'm doing
work.
the housing thing for sure. I have my fix already in.
Your number for libraries, Karen, is 13225.
Okay.
And then Melissa also gave up something,
She gave up a 1,000 stipend.
so.
But that, we have a signed MOU on that. So that's a little bit different in my book.
I just don't want to, if we're doing everybody who gave something back to us, I would like to do everybody who gave something back to us.
I'd like to see the list then of all the stipends that were given up.
I think that was the only one.
I think,
I think it was all salaries, and then we negotiated for that one.
but it was all the, like the plumbing inspector and the wiring inspector and the animal person and the tree person, and there were a lot of
Long list.
little ones.
Yeah.
So that all needs to be looked at.
Okay.
There were hours given up in some instances. I'm not looking to take back hours.
Yeah, that's where it gets kind of granular, and then we get,
So it gets a little, talk to Melissa and see where she is.
mhm.
5.11?
So next time, just before we move off of ARPA, next time, you'll come back with a list
Numbers,
of
a
numbers
spreadsheet
and
A motion.
where, yes. Thank you.
with a little delta at the bottom for buffer.
Good. In which case, I want to see the budget that has for next year for the HR. That is imperative.
Mhm.
5.11, second reading of website contact policy, content.
So I put my draft out in SharePoint, and it literally was just removing that one sentence from item 3.
For the second reading?
Yes. So it literally just removed
The thing about the
that the town administrator and website administrator have to approve all content. Now, I would like to ask just this board if we actually have any intention of ever hiring a website administrator, or if it's in the budget, because this policy is based on having that position.
We
And-
have, go ahead.
Yeah. And the second fun fact of your day is there is nowhere that we have to read all of these policies aloud for first and second read.
It's just what's always been.
But we do not have to continue to do it. Nothing in our charter bylaws, anything says we have to read them out loud. We all have to obviously be informed of them. We have to post them for everybody to view them, but, or they're public
So
record.
there's no first reading, second reading?
They're not. That,
It's what's
town council
always
says
been
some
done.
towns do this, other towns do not.
So it's practice, it's just
And there's
practice.
nothing that says it would be less than policy when you didn't do it. Probably, at least while we're trying to get our mean length under control, might behoove the board not to read them aloud twice.
So going back to the website
Yes.
content, the website person, we have 6,000 in the budget for that person. It's under,
Webmaster, right? Yeah, webmaster.
it's under us, yeah. And the purpose of that was to keep the website up to date. This town has always had an issue with it. I would love to see money spent getting a decent website. I thought that the revised website was gonna be that, and in reality, it's not. We should have spent the money, in hindsight, on Civic Plus, on updating what we had.
Yeah,
It was a mistake, but what was presented to us was different from what we got.
Yeah.
And the rollover to the new site happened at a bad time in the, history of things going on in town. So it just never got checked by anybody. There wasn't a town administrator telling the department heads, hey, check your website and make sure you get the stuff in there that you want.
So
Nobody even had a backup.
I'm fine keeping that. I just want to make sure this is a budget sustainable position based on, because I don't want to pass a policy that then
Isn't it
is,
not malleable, or is it
because
not payable?
if we don't,
It's in the budget. It was supposed to be like 4 hours a week. You know, like a half day
Yeah,
or 2 days a month.
so, I mean, this policy is based around that 2 days a month person. So,
I think it's good to have the policy. I think it's good to keep it. Is it being removed from the budget?
no, I added $1,000 to it, because I didn't think 6,500 was enough.
Excellent.
This is the dreamer's budget, so.
Yeah, well,
might be a little
I think we need
later.
to have the task done.
Oh, no,
I
I'm not,
want to do the task.
I'm not denying the task needs to be done. I just want to make sure the policy matches reality. That's all. I'm just want to make sure that the policy from an administrative perspective matches what's actually going to be done in town. And if this is really something that's going to be done with town administrator and all our department heads, just to take that wording out of there so that it reflects it. And that's where I guess Kieran would have to give guidance on that.
my issue with removing that wording is I do think someone has to have oversight of it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not denying the oversight perspective at all. It's just, do we want that oversight to be in a 4 hour, position? And that's fine if we do.
But to your point, it's true that to review everything would be
Yeah, and that's why that sentence
craziness.
I took out.
So as long as it's well defined what content can go up, I'm okay with removing those words. But there needs to be some oversight. Someone needs to say, yeah, this is inappropriate. We're not putting that up there. When the inappropriate thing appears.
I think it's town administrator reviewing the work of the webmaster, and you could break it out into departments if you wanted to. You could say each department nominates one person. You could take that $6,500 and you break it into $500 stipends.
Yes,
exactly.
I'm okay with that, but it still means you need a policy and you need the money in the budget.
Yeah, so, but in that case, this would
And
just,
oversight.
it would read
Oversight for sure.
in this case, and I'm fine updating it with that in mind, just without that specific position tied into the policy. Because
Right.
then we go back after the budget session is set and we say, oh, we eliminated that, now we have to go and review the policy.
Mhm.
Do you understand? Like, I'm fine with a lot of content in here. I just want it to be a policy that actually changes with the needs of the budget.
Well, it comes to the definition of who the website administrator is. The definition of website administrator can be person nominated by each department. And I'm okay with that. I think the policy needs to be in place. So where did you eliminate it? I'm looking for the elimination.
I just took out the very first sentence of permitted content. It previously, one second, I'll pull up the previous version. I'll tell you exactly what it was. It previously read, the town administrator and website administrator will determine what content is posted on the website. And I just,
Yeah, the select board will appoint who will be responsible for ensuring that the website is operating as intended.
You guys will appoint the town administrator. Town administrator will oversee it and manage it from there.
Yeah,
so I mean, I think it's easy to fix
Keep it
this.
simple.
I think it's really easy to fix this, and I can do that if you'd like me to. And run it by you for the next time. I think,
yeah, let's move this to the next one and do that. Yeah, and make it the
So a tweak.
town
Basically
administrator,
tweak.
web,
Tweak.
Yep.
and then
the website.
you guys can all
administrator.
think about whether or not you want to do a reading or not. I'll let you think on that one. I mean,
I am
I'll
good
record a
with,
reading
I'm
and
good
put
with
it on
adding
the
the section where the change is. We've already read this once. I'm okay with just reading the section where the change is.
Wonderful.
and then you can think about that going forward. I'll record a reading, post it to the world if it makes everybody happy.
So down at the bottom where it says first reading, second reading, should we change that to first presentation, second presentation, or first
don't-
review,
that's not-
second
It's not
review?
even required.
It's not required.
It's just the date we accept it. So, I mean, like I said, I don't want to make you decide anything right now, but I just wanted to bring that up as it related to this.
What I like about the first, and it doesn't have to be read out loud, but I like a first consideration and
Yeah.
a
Oh, yeah.
second consideration.
I do like that.
I do like that. And if we don't have something down at the bottom, we just have adopted, that won't happen. What's nice about the first reading. and
How
second
did this
reading-
come like this?
Pardon
Be
me?
adopted in a day without any readings? How did we get the draft like this?
That's public relations one. That wasn't ours.
That came from CSS, I think. We haven't considered that one. That
Next agenda,
went to, yeah,
2, 3.
yeah. So we haven't read that or, anyway.
So it's something to tweak for 2, 3. Read could also be defined as you read it, you discuss it, and then we discuss it again at the following meeting and vote to approve or not approve or tweak again.
Yeah,
And keep following that cycle, but reading a policy out loud that's more than 3 sentences for the greater good to hear is
And I think-
not the intent.
And based on council's advice, there may be times in which it's something that all of us believe that public should hear word for word verbatim, and we could make decisions, like any one of us at that point in time, I'd like to read this out loud.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
I'm
have to
good
be
with
followed
that.
as a matter of practice.
Just to be the time theme,
Yeah,
we're
I
at
agree.
6:03.
okay, so this one's coming back for a second reading on 2, 3.
Correct.
Second consideration.
Looking at 6.1, this is mostly on my shoulders, so town administrator's update. I did write one for the folder. I will quickly touch on an internal treasurer collector policy. This has to do with the fact that the federal government's no longer minting pennies. So the policy, which the Townsend treasurer and collector is going to make available on the town website, maybe a little blurb as an announcement, as well as a printout downstairs, will be that we have to round up to the nearest 5 cents. The full amount will be paid and credited to your account when it's posted. Overages will be credited to the following quarter on your account and reflect on your next bill. In this lens, I'm also going to strongly encourage the town in a quieter time frame to look at no longer accepting cash payments. It is incredibly
I think that would be
dangerous.
great.
Yeah.
It is also, we are spending money on mileage, having our staff drive to and from the bank.
Yes,
This was actually a recommendation in the audit last
Yes,
year
it-
also.
it's been the recommendation in the audit for probably 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, and it's just a,
So why aren't we just doing it?
There's a lot of pushback, especially in offices. Oh, the seniors don't, I use my phone to buy things. I mean,
Yeah,
it doesn't preclude you from
seniors
using a
don't
check.
do that.
you can always use a
Um,
check, but I had lunch over at the
They
senior
did it
center.
at the
They're
holiday
paying for
fair.
lunch with. Yeah, so it's something
They
that
might
we
have gotten
will,
something.
yeah.
Well, the holiday fair is different because it's run by the Friends.
And oh my gosh, the recycling center.
Right, so, again, the focus here is the penny policy, you can see it here.
Yeah.
It's very functional, treasurer did a great job on it. This is an update, you guys don't actually have to vote on it either, I just want you to be aware in case residents ask. The next step of this will be, I'll work with every stakeholder who collects cash or payment and say, what do you need to get to a credit card, Venmo, whatever type payment system? Because handling cash is going out the door.
Even, I mean, if you're taking the bus for the senior center or something, you could do a card of some sort, maybe purchase.
Yep.
Same with the recycling center.
A little punch card.
Yeah.
And this segues nicely into the status of the Facebook account. I will get that acquired and enrolled before the next meeting. The pennies policy might be the first announcement on there.
Yeah.
And,
Very good.
and, in a very rudimentary sense, I would look to post, hey, town meeting's February 25th. Here's a link to the warrant, and that's it.
Mhm.
I didn't mean that to be the date. Yes, he did.
It is February 25th. And then we'll go from there. I will, that's sort of where my head is at. Though I worry about the downside to people putting rude things or putting the middle finger up there, because that's something that I would probably do as a little kid. I think it was funny, but I will think about how to best monitor that and honor our social media policy to get that up and rolling.
No feedback.
Yeah, I'm going to shut off feedback, but I haven't figured out how to work through the old version, the old stuff that's up there. So I'm going to ponder that with our town clerk about taking it over. So.
You can't delete.
Because I can't delete.
Can't you delete the website, the page entirely, and just set up a new one?
I could say this is the new Townsend Facebook page and blurt it out to everybody, create a QR code so people can scan it and say, this is your source of information for the town administrator's office and Board of Selectmen. But I'll run a couple scenarios.
I'd rather do that than on the other one,
Kind of with
honestly.
Yeah. So I'll run a couple scenarios. I'll put it in a Word doc or an email to you guys to tell me which one you want me to do.
Okay.
And go from there. Probably between now and the next meeting.
Okay.
Looking at budget planning and update, I have input all the budgets that I have received into the omnibus budget. I have shared it with FinCom with notes. I also included a percentage change from the fiscal year 26 approved number to what the Dreamers budget was for the department requests. Looking at that number and a really, small. Say again?
Excuse me. How many are you missing?
Fire gave me their number. I just need the actual spreadsheet to input the numbers.
You put TAHT in there, didn't you?
I put those in there on my own volition, and I put a little note saying KM input or gave 4%. I put a part-time land use coordinator back in there. Again, this is a Dreamers budget here. In the event we were really looking at good funding. So I just need fire's specific department requests. That group gave me their final number, which was helpful. But I just need the final, expense line items. School I've kept based off of 4.65 increase.
And that was a best guesstimate. We'll probably hear more tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's still pending school committee approval.
Yep.
So I think I'm hoping it'll be closer to 4.
I'm hoping for our sake it comes in lower. Same with Still with Ice. I added to it because I kept looking at the numbers this year. And I'm like, these are too low. So I increased those numbers just because I think we're robbing Peter to pay Paul every year, and that's not a good practice.
Yeah.
And I put a TA number in at 170 because that's probably where the town should be, and that might be low. And for our friends listening at home, that's a low number. It's just what the market is. For even 32 hours, if the role were only 32 hours a week and that was crystal clear, then that number would be appropriate. But for a 5-day-a-week role, you gotta be up. And you'll see that from any MMA reference point, any similar sized towns and cities that are as complex as Townsend. But anyways, you end up short with basic revenue projections of around $1.2 million.
That's about right.
Kind of like
What
last
did
year.
you do? Did you put the Dreamer budget
Up against the,
with the fire? I mean, not fire, police. Did you put the Dreamer police? Okay, thank you.
so FinCom has this to deliberate on tonight. Maybe I'll catch some of their meeting on the way out. I haven't gone back to department heads. I think some people have read the tea leaves a little bit and are beginning to understand looks pretty bleak. But I will certainly clean this up, make it available to all department heads, and then look to continue to meet with them. We've met with the police, we've met with treasure collector, we've met with library. It's a bleak look.
I think
And we have our growth number.
So the growth numbers are incorporated into that deficit. You're still short 1.2.
I looked through the recap and it looked.
Yeah,
That's
And that-
exactly the number I've been
That's without
saying,
using
people.
Free cash, correct?
that is no free cash, because your policy states free cash is not.
We should not be using free cash.
I've been
in
saying $1
operating
million
budget.
override.
So, when are we discussing this?
Kira
Starting next
and I are on the
meeting?
same page, aren't we?
I'm gonna look to put it into a PowerPoint presentation, call out our, our big departments and say what their growth was, if they're trying to add staff. I'm gonna do it based off the department requested number. And then I may put another column in that says TA recommended. And I'll bump that against the mentor that you guys have reached out to sort of see how they're doing it in their community and go from there.
Okay, I'll just give my opinion, which
Sure.
could change 6 million times. I think we need to restructure the town offices. And look at what savings that might provide at some point.
It's not going to give you $1 million.
I am not inclined to ask for an override beyond the one for the police contract.
You have to. You have to.
I just don't know that I can support one after having asked so many times in the past 5 years for an override and have it be rejected by the town because it's unneeded. And so I would be inclined to restructure and find what savings we can elsewhere. That hasn't been the way I've approached things before. But I've always thought an override should be asked for.
I don't know.
And so I don't know that I can vote for it.
Looking at what Kieran's draft is, I don't know if restructuring alone is going to fix that problem.
Right. It's not enough.
I mean,
Certainly
I
not for
could be.
town, not for, you can't get it out of town hall. You're not gonna make up
No,
a
you
deficit from town hall.
No, you aren't.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, unfortunately, you're seeing this in not just in
It's everywhere.
municipal
Yeah.
areas, but like the insurance costs at 15% is,
We all pay bills.
you're right. And the energy costs for run buildings, stuff like that, every town is bleeding right now. And I'd be remiss as your interim, month in and having worked here since March to say, I would advocate for an override for support of the staff. Knowing full well it may not pass, but
I have always felt that way.
yeah.
I voted
And
for
look what they
it
did last year.
So I think,
Oh, Veronica, shut up.
Twice and in the 3 years previously.
and I would, just really important, I think we need to understand crystal clear what that budget is, if we decide to go that path without it, and that it probably may involve restructuring, because we have to get that past special town meeting if we are going to be doing any restructuring, maybe. Because our charter says administrative changes need to be, so we need to at least have that option so that we can lay out what it looks like without. Because I think one of the problems last year is that,
The story.
Yeah.
What's the story?
Yeah.
And, that's why it's been
How many days do we have to close town hall?
I think you'd have people here 2 days a week
That's because that's all we'll be able to afford.
with a half day working from home.
Right. Seriously.
And for what it's worth, our colleagues in Ashby are looking at the exact same issue.
yeah, it's not just us.
And Pepperell, he gave me his strategy. He's like, if it's above this number, we're in, the nuclear territory of great reductions again.
And they passed the
Council's
$1
same
million
thing.
override 2 years ago.
Dunstable, same thing. Groton's the same thing. Tingsborough's the same thing.
I think we need the restructuring regardless. I think we need to look at, the Dreamer budget is cool. I think we need to look at the restructured budget because I mean, it's been every year. And if we don't restructure, we are at the same place in another year.
Well,
But
we aren't going to be able
last
to
year- make
up 1.25 actually.
No,
So
Yeah.
we can't, so we have to restructure.
Yeah, and I figure probably about 500K-ish is fluff on that. That's the, adding 2 people to a department. And I'm like, all right, that's the golden ticket.
Someone asked for that?
Yes.
he did. It was him.
It wasn't me, but it was me indirectly. But I understand why they did, and we're seeing it in other ways. But I think I can probably shave 500K off this number.
If it's level funded,
You're still short
right,
completely, because your different wage buckets and your different health insurance overall buckets, debt numbers are exceeding 2.5% increase.
yeah.
They have been for the
Happened
past 2 or 3 years.
consistently. That has been
A
consistent
lot longer
since
than that.
2020.
And we've been-
And if you don't throw that much to make up for it, it isn't gonna be there.
Particularly the last 2 or 3 years, we used one-time funds to bridge that gap.
Any agreement, any concept that grows at more than what your Prop 2.5 ability to fund is, it's not affordable for this community. And it's a non-starter with anyone you're talking to. If you need 3%, that's 0.5% too high.
We just don't have growth.
And I would say the same for, if you're like, Kieran, we want you to stay another month, you would say, we can only give you 2.5% more. That's the number. I'll throw myself under the bus, and then your people have to decide if they're going to vote with their feet. And that stinks. And I don't want to lose anybody. I think everybody does a remarkable job for the town. But it really becomes is it fair to your employees to have them afford life? And life's not gotten any cheaper in Massachusetts and the United
I
States.
know that we had the same conversation last year.
Yep.
Several times.
But you didn't have the conversation in
I know I
public.
had the same conversation.
You had the conversation in executive session.
2022 and 2023. I'm just tired of the conversation,
I'm
I
sure.
guess.
Yeah.
Because the vote is not there. The support is not there in this town for the services that we do have. At least I haven't seen it. And everybody seems to think we can make do with nothing.
Well, and hopefully in my short stint for time for you guys, I can, I love transparency. I love getting everything online and go into different groups and hopefully swing a few people onto the, hey, I would vote for that side. But I don't know if I have enough sheer charm to do that for everybody. And
I know I don't.
And that's not even so, I'm not trying to be whimsical. It's just like, I get it.
If
It's
people
ultimately,
don't have the money in their budgets, there's nothing, even if they would like to support an
Right.
override,
They can't.
they physically not be able to, just like our employees get.
my tax bill at my house doubled.
Yeah.
Went from 4 digits to 5. I can't believe it.
So,
And I'm like, how do I piece that together?
yeah.
So it's, so that's sort of the budget update. I know that's very doom and gloom. Sorry to bring the,
Well, we're gonna spend the next month talking about it, so
bring the good times down.
start it now.
Last but not least, our friends at the recreation group have asked me to put out an RFP for the National Fitness Courts, the concrete slab behind the building here on Jeff's Street or Jeff's Road. And I just wanted to loop you guys in to tell you that I was going to put that RFP out. It's about $30,000 for concrete work. We're going to go out and see who we think can get a response on that. It's less than $50,000, so we could actually work off the COMBI state approved bidder list. So
This
we give
is,
it to
grant money.
a lot of the resources for this project are through grant money. We have the equipment already. Recreation has done a lot of legwork in terms of adhesive for the courts and coming up with concept for how to use the courts back here. The concrete slab, we did have some funding from Representative Scarsdale. I'm not sure what the status of that is, but the concrete slab is expensive. It will involve some pretty heavy excavation out there and some site work.
So it has to be private money because we don't have town money for it.
So this would be, the RFP would go out and we would use some of Scarsdale's money to do it, depending on what the number is.
I thought that money wasn't released, that Maura Haley pulled it back and wasn't releasing it.
I was not.
Have
in
you
the
talked to,
I have Margaret on my list of people to call back this
I
week.
think
so.
you need to call her
Okay.
and ask her for
I have a-
status on that.
Okay.
I had a question or two, if I get to her first,
Yep.
ask.
I'll also say that our recreation folks clued me into a Neshoba health grant. That
Yes.
they have a very positive read on the grant that I used. Director Emmy's ideas on, and we've gotten a pretty positive thumbs up on that so far for about 25K-ish, with maybe some swing up or down on that.
That would be excellent.
So it'd be a real boost to the area for people of all ages to use that space that way. And it's really the intent of what the NFC folks thought when they sent the equipment our way, and we haven't used it yet. It's just sitting in storage.
One thing I will add just for notice is that once that's installed, that it kind of eliminates town meeting from this building because people park there. Right? It's used for parking during town meeting right now.
Which is probably fine for the technology side that North.
No, it's fine. I just, like, a special town meeting probably with less people would be okay, but
It's even hard
it is
for
even hard for that.
anybody to get in here.
No, I agree with using NM whenever possible. I just wanted to make sure that would put it,
Well, you'd have to park in the back lot.
but I've been here when both of those lots were full.
Yeah, but you can park from Jeff Street in the lower part. You could still do that
There should be more.
in that field.
And that's, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I was just,
Yeah.
Never should have been
We
planned.
do have a hand up, and this is our director of recreation
Yeah.
group. It's up to the chair if she wants to. Emmy, you want to unmute yourself if that's okay with the chair?
Yeah.
If you can.
Hi there. Thank you, guys. Thank you for hearing me. So I did want to address that. So parking will still be available in that back lot, just not in the area for the court. So just as a heads up, when we initially did the breakdown, per Mass law, if it actually was established as a parking lot, you can still fit, it's dozens of parking spaces. However,
oh yeah, that's fine. It's cool. Thanks,
yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, it is a possibility still.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, I will, we are still waiting to hear about that grant from the Neshoba Health folks. But at the same time, I'd love to get the RFP out there, see if we get any responses. With you're okay tonight, there isn't really a vote per se, or maybe just for CYA we vote. But I want to send it to town council, have them review, make sure it's to their standard, and we're covered. So.
Yeah, I think it,
Bring it back to us afterwards, right?
yeah,
For
I don't
approval.
think, yeah.
Am I okay to ask town council?
do that.
And then bring back to us.
Okay, so I'll do that for 2-3, so.
I mean, that equipment's all waiting, so
Correct.
hopefully we can get it done.
Yeah, like I know they had gotten some T-Mobile money, I had applied, and we would even get it on the second go. And he found that great grant from Neshoba.
What's the liability to the town? How much does our insurance go up?
Not sure.
There's an accident there.
Good question, not sure.
The same thing applies to Kids Country though.
Yeah.
I
I think it's both, like, I think,
I had questions both times.
yeah.
I think they're grouped together as recreation,
Yeah, I think so.
playground recreation.
For all their facilities.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
same
probably an
thing if
umbrella
something
policy.
happens on the common,
Yeah,
during one of the concerts or whatever, it's all covered, I would think, under the same, like umbrella or whatever we've got.
Well, not exactly the same, because you don't have jump gyms and you don't have people using,
But people have bouncy houses and
when they have
have-
events.
yeah, when there are, during the concerts,
Okay.
And I don't know if the Parks Department asks people for liability insurance, if the groups that are hosting the band concerts, do they have to have special riders for that day to cover, I don't know.
Usually they do.
You're holding an
yeah.
event.
'Cause
But
Absolutely.
who even manages that?
um,
I don't think anybody. I don't know.
in terms of my last bit of updates, we touched on the budget. And again, there's a bit more context and something to read in the SharePoint folder. We talked about the pennies policy. I submitted 2 grants last week for MVP culvert replacement design program for both the Bixby Brook culvert and the Highland Street culvert. We used our friends at Weston and Sampson. They were wonderful to work with. They really led the charge, and they would be our design folks in the event that it worked out. Would be awesome for up to $150,000 for really looking at those 2 culverts that are in serious disrepair. And then a few other things. I had a tour of the fire department and various buildings and equipment. You can see a lot of pride and professionalism is ongoing down there. The equipment's spectacular.
Yeah.
They clearly do a great job, and I was impressed by the fact that they were helping rescue a donkey, according to Facebook. A donkey had slipped through the water, I guess, in one of the local farms. So it just speaks to their ability. A donkey, literally like a big donkey. So I was like, that's what the Facebook post was. So
In Townsend.
yes, ma'am. Yeah. That's what the post was. Maybe I was catfish, but who knows? But overall, spectacular level of professionalism, and evident throughout that they have some really nice equipment. Town-owned properties, 182 Warren Road, Hart Library, West Townsend Reading, we touched on. And snow operations, I know I said it earlier, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you again to those guys. They are working hard, and the snow and ice just seems to be.
And the sooner we can get that clarification
Yeah.
on that over time, that would be great.
Yeah, it's both highway, cemetery, parks, and facilities. I was here on MLK Day, and we had one of our guys out here putting salt down. That says a lot about the leadership of those departments, but also that it's a holiday, they're showing up.
How's Parks and Cemetery doing for overtime?
They are asking for coverage on their overages for snow and ice issues.
Yeah.
So they're about at $2,000 or so right now. And I think that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Facilities, same thing, because he's helped backfill some of the entranceways into the buildings because they are reduced in staffing, that he's throwing down salt. He's got the shovel out. Yeah. And lastly but not least, I did say that with the onboarding of Town Administrator Silva, I will be filing a disclosure form. I just want to put that in my report, as I currently serve as the vice chair of the Dunstable Select Board, and TA Silva is employed by the town of Dunstable.
So, when is your term up?
May.
In May?
Yes, ma'am.
With different voting date, election day? Are you gonna run again?
I don't think so. Got a lot on my plate.
Two plates.
Few plates, and that's all I have for my town administrator update. I look forward to the next time to share more news with you.
Okay, under 6.2 liaison reports, we have none. 6.3 announcements.
Can I say something about that? This is for our next meeting. I would like to have a report from the CR committee next time. Either a report or
I can give you an update, probably. No, CR, sorry.
CR. Yeah, I don't know what.
Sorry, go ahead.
Either that or we'll put it on old business that requires more talking than just a report.
I was thinking Concom. I was like, oh, I'll get that. No.
No. Okay.
Announcements, 6.3.
There are one retirement from Police Sergeant Mr. George Reed, and resignation of Police Officer Mr. Chris Lowe.
And thank you both for your service.
Indeed.
Next meeting date.
Do you have do you want me to read the update vacancies or yes, no?
Yeah, do you have an update?
Well, I have the vacancies.
Please.
Right now we have Agriculture Commission, Audit Committee, Board of Water Commissioners, Capital Planning, Commission on Disability, Conservation, Energy, Housing Authority, Representative, Housing Authority vacancy, Kids Country Playground, Town Properties Committee, West Townsend Reading Room Committee, Zoning Board of Appeals full member to 2030, Zoning Board of Appeals full member to 28, and Zoning Board of Appeals associate member.
Thank you.
Just a couple.
So we have lots of space for those who want to do something for town, and one of those is the Commissioner on Disabilities, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That has somebody in mind.
Yeah, we do have some bills, or maybe Sabrina hadn't gotten to them. She had a full load of work today with some records requests. So I don't think I had anything for you guys to
Records
sign.
requests.
Yeah.
That took precedence over the work. Okay.
Indeed, because of the timing of it. For 7, we have an executive session. I would suggest that you pause your meeting because the town council, Mr. Costa, is not available till 7:45 when he's out of class. So perhaps take a recess, stretch your legs, and have the executive session with Town Council Costa and not return to regular session. Will be my recommendation. But your guys' board, so that's what I would do.
Okay,
Agree with that.
so, 6/4, our next meeting date is February 3rd, correct?
Yes.
At 5
At
p.m.
5 p.m. Okay. Do we have to file for joint at 6? Joint with FinCom?
We're also going to start that meeting with the joint housing authority meeting to appoint. Because housing authority, we need them there to appoint Miss Irene Congdon to the board, to the authority.
I think
I
that's the way.
don't know why, but that's what the policy
It's an
is.
elected board,
Correct.
It is an elected board, so it's
so
a
that's
joint meeting.
why.
Yep, so,
Yeah.
so we need, I'm going to organize Miss Natalie Call and Mr. Jack Mora to join as well. But
Okay,
I put that right at the tippy top of the meeting, so we get them in and out.
So is that at 5?
5,
tippy top being 5:15,
I think so.
5:10, 5:15.
Yeah, it should take a moment, just
Yeah, right.
flip of the switch, so.
So it can be the first thing after the preliminary.
Mhm.
Okay.
If it behooves the board too, I think it might be useful to have a discussion on the structure of this board in that meeting.
What do you mean by
Up
that?
to you, just how roles are being filled and if we feel like it's the best way going into budget season. Up to
What do you
guys, though.
mean?
It's just to have an open discussion on in a meeting
Of what?
of the organization of this board for the rest of the year. But if it's up to you guys, I'm just bringing an agenda item forward.
Are we looking for
For what?
new liaison assignments?
Or no, the actual organizational structure of this board.
Do you want to change the chair and the vice chair?
I just
Is
would
that
like
what
to
you're
have a
saying?
discussion about it. No, I'm asking for a discussion about it. I'm not saying, wouldn't be the place for me to say my opinion. I'm asking it to be on the agenda. That was what I was asking for.
For the next meeting?
It's at the discretion of the board, obviously.
Would you
not
like to
just
be
me.
chair?
No, I'm not having a discussion now. I was asking if we would like to discuss it at an open meeting.
I'm not opposed to discussing.
Okay. That was, this is a
Wow.
question for an agenda item. It's not a discussion at this moment. It's a question for an agenda item.
Up to you guys, your board.
I don't know. I've never heard of that come up before.
So I did it in Dunstable for my own personal reason when I was going through a family matter.
Gloria,
and
you
didn't have
weren't
the
going
capacity to be
yesterday.
Chair for a year,
Uh-huh.
but that's, I put back my own personal opinion on it.
We did it library once when we had to switch.
I
roles
did
around.
it when I was the chair of the board before, when I knew I wasn't gonna rerun. And, I wanted to, so I transitioned a month earlier than I would have normally. Usually it's after an election that you.
This
do
isn't,
that.
this isn't, I'm not having a discussion about who's what.
They're
and
trying to
whatever.
have
I'm
a
saying, do you
discussion
want
now.
this on the agenda to discuss. That's all I'm asking.
No, Lori's upset about it.
Yes, I know,
She
that's
thinks
fine.
Val is
That's
trying
fine.
to run her out,
Did you want to discuss
which I think
that?
Val
It's our
should be the
decision.
I
chair.
say,
So
Valerie
if I
should
work
be
for
the
board,
chair.
If you guys are,
I will put it on because I'm curious to know what Valerie's thinking.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
Well, get over it. I know. You guys are used to talking out of session.
Not on the
She's
agenda.
not gonna do it.
That is what I was trying not to do. When people start asking questions, I'm like, I'm trying not to discuss it. I just want it on the agenda. That's it. Okay.
outside my pay grade.
Because there are some things I want to discuss, because we have contracts coming up that are gonna be out. And so I don't know if that's part
What
of
is
your
she
discussion,
drinking?
but
But absolutely, we can discuss that at the same time.
That I would, and it
We
would
could
fit
discuss
under
board
that.
organization and liaison assignments.
It would fit under
I
that.
seriously
I have other things.
have no idea where this is coming from. No
That's
one
why,
has said anything to me.
that's why I don't want
Nor
to,
me.
we shouldn't discuss now. Don't
So
Okay.
discuss, it's
that's
just
why
an
I want to
agenda
put it
item.
on the agenda. We'll see what Valerie's thinking, because it's our only
They
opportunity.
feel threatened.
I'm looking for.
They feel threatened. Yay.
I will put it on the agenda. Otherwise, we don't have
I'm gonna
payroll
put that up.
signed. We have a meeting date for 5.
We don't
On the
have
3rd.
anything to sign.
You signed this one agreement, and tomorrow will be, that's the proclamation. The Weston Sampson thing, we're waiting. I guess you already signed that, so that's good to go.
I'm waiting for we haven't received
Yeah.
the, agreements with the police union.
We have not,
Those need to be signed.
correct, yeah.
I don't want that to get lost.
Lori feels like
I'm
she's
looking
been
here.
sabotaged,
I'm
or
writing things down.
what's the word I want?
I think that's it. You could probably motion to
Good.
recess.
Recess and then.
Oh, ethics.
Valerie is
I know
definitely, well,
mine is due by the end of the month.
Valerie
Have to do
should
it
be
on
chair on the
phone.
next go round anyway.
Sorry.
Done.
I use Safari.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't find my other thing.
That's all right.
Okay.
So I think you could also depart and do this next session via Zoom. Because I don't think returning to regular session is required. So you could adjourn from there. Up to you
Adjourn
guys.
to recess to enter executive session
Yeah, and
after
not return
recess
to
at
public.
7:45.
All right, so in that case, where are we?
You're at section 7.
Oh, end this pain soon.
Motion to recess, not returning to, motion to executive session, not returning to regular session. Hey, what's the, Chat GPT, that motion. Motion to recess.
Chair, let's do this one.
During executive.
Oh, that's why Karen's so smart. He uses Chat
Go
GPT.
to executive session after with a recess until 7:45. After a recess.
Yeah.
Lori, read
I
the
move
friggin'
that the
motion.
board vote to recess the open session and enter an executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter C, 30A, 21A, for the purposes of,
Jesus, why?
got it, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, namely RFS Corp. Versus Town of Townsend, Middlesex Superior Court Docket number 2581 CV0238, where an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the chair of the board, and the chair so declares. You could say, I move it, because that's a lot of stuff, or I can rewrite it out for you. And
The chair has to declare. Don't forget.
you're good to go.
I think so moved.
My lordship and the chair so declares.
Sorry, I didn't.
Oh,
I thought
Lori's
going
really
until
upset.
7:45, so I didn't realize we'd be
She really
pausing.
can't think straight right now
so-
because she's so upset about
Um,
Valerie's discussion.
But we thank our
Holy
friends
cow.
at TCAM, and you would want a roll call vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Goodbye.
Veronica Kell,
Valerie Goodrich.
Laura Schiffern, aye. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, TCAM.
Recording stopped.
You get the time,
I did not say the time, but
6:40 PM.
6:40.
You got it.
Okay, well that pain is over. My God. Well, I'm kind of excited about a few things. I have to shut some things down here. I have technical difficulties. As you may know from the beginning. I was planning on doing something with the FinCom meeting. I don't know. I got to figure out some technical difficulties with my computers, plural. I may just record the meeting and work through any technical difficulties I have without being live and go from there. I'm not sure. I know that for me, the FinCom meeting is just painful because they're clueless. And it seems like Kieran can't even go. He was the only one that was bringing some sanity to it because he's going to have, well, I don't know. He'll probably start with the FinCom meeting, but their executive session, he's got to be there for that. So I'm not hopeful. But I'm really excited about some things that did occur in this meeting. I've learned that Kieran and I are on the same page, and I think Valerie pretty much too. But Kieran, I spoke in the meeting regarding the highway snow and ice budget, and I said what I thought that their deficit this year is they're gonna need 400,000, maybe a little bit more, in order of free cash in order to balance out the snow and ice. And Kieran said he had 420. So we are thinking the same way. So I'm really excited that we've got somebody in there that knows what they're doing. And what have I been saying about an override for the last few months is that we need $1 million override. And Kieran basically said that. He didn't say it quite with that word, override. He said we have a $1.2 million deficit. And I have been saying that I have gone to 1.2 or higher because I just keep hearing of these increases in costs. Not that anybody's doing anything wrong or creating fluff in the budget, but I'm over $1 million. But I think that the townspeople, if I can get them convinced to do an override, I'm certainly not going to. If I could get you to vote for an override, I don't think going over $1 million is really helping anybody. It's not. It's hard enough to get an override passed, but to go over $1 million, I don't think anybody's going to even entertain it. But I think if we could get $1 million in the override, then I think whatever cuts, and even with $1 million override, there's some cuts. Yes. So I think that's workable. And I'm going to talk to Karen about some of this stuff. And I think I'm going to work with him and maybe Valerie to really push. I'm really pleased with, there was a conversation, which I have to credit Kieran with this conversation, because he really got everybody talking and talking about what the shortages are, what the financial problems are, and what which was never done. Last year, these women refused to discuss anything about the budget in open session. They were severely chastised by the public and the Attorney General for going into executive session to discuss the budget. They wouldn't do it in public, and which was just horrifying. And that was why no way was an override going to pass. And Veronica's been like this since she was on the board before. So we've been dealing with this for 5 years or more, that she just can't. I don't think she's capable of looking at a budget and being able to know what it says. Other than we need an override, period. We need 600,000. We need 200,000. We need 600,000. Why? What is it going to go for? Whatever. No. We need to explain not just where it's going to go, but what's going on that we need an override. And I've been doing it piecemeal, and I want to get it more condensed, but I've been doing it piecemeal. And in fact, where's my list? I don't know where my list is. Oh, it's over there. I'm not going to dig it out. But we need that. But we need to explain to the people, this is what we can't absorb this. And Kieran said that we have a 1.2 shortfall, $1.2 million shortfall, in what needs. We can't function. We have to cut the budget by $1.2 million, and it's not because somebody added things. It's because everything has the costs that we can't control. And Kieran said the only extreme would be we got to close the town. We have to lay people off, cut people's hours from full time to part time. All the full time employees will have to go down to 2 days a week. Well, they're going to quit immediately and get another job. You betcha. But that would be the extreme, but the job can't get done. their jobs can't get done. And Karen said, I don't know if he watches my videos and he just checks my math. I don't know. But I've been saying that when we hire a new town administrator, the starting pay, it needs to be 170. And that's the exact number that he said tonight. And he said, that's actually too low. And I'm like, oh, okay. He's sitting there with the select board, and I think they trust him more than if I said it. But he's saying 170 is low, and he's probably, I think, yeah, he's probably right. But we try to hire less than that. And he's saying 170 is minimum, and I do agree that if you want somebody that's going to do the job, and you want somebody that knows something, you got to pay at least 170, and which is, I think, probably $50,000 more than we've been paying. And we can't be a training ground because we don't have anybody Kieran's the first person I've seen that knows what the hell's going on. And I'm even including employees as far as what the town administrator needs to do. A budget. Nobody on the FinCom knows how to do a budget. The select board certainly does not. And he's able to articulate it and and he can do the projections. And if we're 1.2 short now, even with an override, we're going to continue on down this path because inflation is the cost of the goods and services that we need are exceeding what what 2.5 is. We're exceeding that. So we can't, we're just in a spiral. And what Kieran said also was that all the towns around us are in the same boat. And it's statewide. This is maybe beyond Massachusetts even. But throughout Massachusetts, particularly because of 2.5, which it's not, the intent of 2.5 is good, but we haven't had an override in years. And even with 2.5, it's always been understood by state municipal leadership that you have to adjust every so many years, because even with that, and that keeps things in check, that keeps town boards from just running amok with the budget, spending taxpayers' money like there's no tomorrow. That's what 2.5 goal was. But right now, especially post-COVID, we didn't do an override through COVID. But COVID, remember one of those years, the cost of living increase for the cost of living went up over 8%. And we never adjusted for that. And that's where 2.5 fails. Like, there are times when we need to adjust for that. And we're at the end of the rope. We're severe. Like, we're not going to be able to function if we don't do a $1 million override this spring. And I know that it doesn't mean everybody's got to pay $1 million. And I know some people's taxes have creeped up. And depending on the more expensive your house, the more high value your house, the more of an increase you're going to experience in a tax situation. Not because taxes are more, that's not why. It's because the value of your house is increasing at a higher dollar amount than mine. My house is under $400,000. And so I am not experiencing the $10,000 tax bill. I have to look to see what mine is. I can't remember. But I want to say maybe 5. Is it 5? It's probably right around 5. But I know, but any increase, but the increases that you're seeing is not based on the towns just blowing through taxes and charging you all this. Why are my taxes going up? It's because the assessed value of your property has gone up because of the value. You can it's on the Townsend website. You can look it up. What's the value of my property? How much has it gone up each year? And if you think your house is not worth as much as it's assessed for, you can ask for an abatement, which would require an inspection of your property. If you think you are in that position, please do not run to the assessor's office right away. Call them and find out there's deadlines to get this in. I don't remember what it is, but get it in. And if you think that your house is being taxed too high, I think mine is too, believe it or not, but because I don't want them in my house. And I'm fine. Just leave me alone. I got some improvements I need to make, and I'm just gonna, when I get around to it, I'll do it, and then we'll get up to where you think my house should be valued. But I don't mind. It's okay. But if you have things that don't match, then an inspection will reduce your assessed value, or it could go up. You have to be careful there. But usually, most assessments do not they don't come into your house, but they're taxing on what you think, what they think is in your house. Not furniture, but the structure of your house. And is it set up the same as what is on the map that's on the website? And everybody's house is on that website. If you can't find it, the assessor will help you. But anyway, we have a low tax rate. It's about 14 something. I wouldn't. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. Check with Vicky. Trust me, she'll tell you. Because my assessed value is not the same as my market value. Just to let you know. But people feel like it's based on market value, but it's not. But anyway, that's what Vicky told you? Oh, that sucks. Huh. Well, we're going to find out about that, and I'll get back to everybody on what that is based on. But in either way, you could still do an abatement. You can the inspection, having your house re-inspected by the assessor's office is still, regardless of what they're using, market, because it doesn't matter what Zillow says, okay, for taxes. But they will inspect, somebody from the assessors will come in and inspect your home. I think it's Vicky, might be Vicky, will come in and inspect your home, and if it's not, if you're over assessed, then they can reduce that. That is very much in the law. I don't care whether they're using market value or what have you, but that's still a possibility, because your house might not be worth as much as Zillow thinks so. No, you have to get the assessors. You can get an outside appraisal all day long. That's only good for if you're selling your house. The assessor, not an appraiser, the assessor has to inspect your home. If you get an outside appraisal, it's gonna be higher, trust me. Because they're gonna, because most people are looking to have their house appraised higher because they're looking for a loan. But the law is the assessor has to come in, a licensed assessor. I'm not going to get into this anymore. But and they'll guide you through it, and there's deadlines. It's coming up, so take care of that. What else is I going to say? Some of the other things that came up in this meeting was, they try to go on memory, and it's just insane. I want to say that the auditors, not once have they said, not once have they said the town needs to go off of cash, that we can't accept cash anymore. They have never said that. Veronica and I think Lori, were saying, that Veronica was saying that they've been telling us for 8 years, every year in the audit, the auditors say we need to stop accepting cash. Never have they said that. Never. I've read all the audits. They're online, and whatever's not online, I've done a public records request for, because they don't always put things online. None of those audit reports say that we should no longer take cash. No. What they say is the town does not have any controls. The town has not put any controls in place to prevent fraud by the departments, like the Board of Health, like the town clerk, like the treasurer's office. There are no controls in place, or wherever, I don't know. But there are no controls in place in order to make sure that all monies are properly accounted for, or there's protection so that nobody can just start, oh, they gave us $20, but I'm going to put 10 in my pocket. Nobody's ever going to know. No, there just isn't checks and balances. Basic accounting 101, not in place in this town, and our town officials refuse to do anything about it. They just get the audit, say, yeah, okay. We're working on it, and they never do. They've never done anything. They haven't changed a thing in a decade. Not since we got this audit. Nope. Haven't changed a thing. They can't deny cash. We have the right to go in and pay cash. I don't recommend it. I recommend everybody pay everything. I don't care what you're spending money on, write a check. Because that provides the protections for your money. And we're not going to be going into the FinCom meeting because they're going to start in about 2 minutes. I might go late. Maybe. I'm not recording it. I'm not even doing anything. No. Anyway, but I do recommend people write checks. I don't care if you go in the recycling center, if you go into the town clerk's office, you go in the treasurer's office. Don't give anybody in this town cash. I'm not accusing anybody of stealing the money. I'm saying this is a protection. This protects you. It protects the town. It protects everybody. And it takes away any risk of managing that could happen. And there's no way they can do away with the cash. And Karen was talking about, well, they got Venmo, you can use Venmo, you can use plastic, you can use all these different apps and all this stuff. Well, the town already takes credit cards, but because of the law, this is in the law, the town has to charge you. Like, if I want to go in and pay my taxes with a credit card, I can. But, like, even if I want to go online. I mean, I pay everything else online. I never leave my house. I do leave my house, but I mean, you know what I mean. You don't have to. I hate writing all these checks to the town, but that's the only way to pay anything. They take a credit card, and I can pay with a credit card. I think I did it once, and I said, what am I doing this for? And you can pay with a credit card, but they are required to charge us the fee. They can't absorb that fee because everybody doesn't pay with a credit card, and the taxpayers would be absorbing the credit card processing fee if the town paid the fee, just paid these fees. So it's a law that if you're going to pay with a credit card, if I walk into the treasurer's office or I go to the recycling center, if I could, you can't, I'll get into that in a minute. But if I'm going to pay with a credit card to any of these departments, they have to charge me whatever the going rate is for the processing fee. And that is listed on the treasurer's page on our website. They explain what the fee is, so that if you use this Unum, this processing company, you have to, there's going to be an additional administrative fee, and it's based on how much you're paying. It's based, the more you're paying, the more it costs. And, it's more expensive than a stamp. I was just seeing, I haven't bought stamps in ages, but I guess they're like 78 cents for a first class stamp. Or it's either that or that's going up to that. I don't remember. But it's like, wow, I very rarely buy stamps. It's been years since I bought any stamps. I don't mail things. Sometimes if I have to mail something, I just pay for the postage at the post office. But I go everywhere and I write checks because I'm aware of the issues with the controls. And I want to see how long it takes them to cash my check, which can be frightening. The other thing that Karen was mentioning, well, you can go to the recycling center, and that's like a big deal, which it is. That needs some oversight. I'm not accusing anybody of stealing anything, but the recycling center has the worst controls. They need more controls and backup, and checks aren't clearing for months, and that's wrong. But most people go to the recycling center and pay cash because there are fees to get rid of some of the stuff up there, and if you pay you can't use a credit card up there, even if everybody wanted to, because we don't have internet up there, and it would cost the town probably $10,000 or more. I don't even know how they would do it. I think Carla has repeatedly looked into it because she gets repeatedly. The select boards over the years have come up with this grand idea, to do credit cards up there. It's like you can't even use your cell phone up there. And I'm not kidding. You can't get on the internet up there. So, and you can't. There's no means of doing that. There's no tower, there's no Wi-Fi, there's no cell service, there's nothing. And you can't use these fancy apps or use a credit card at all. We don't have those slide machines. Remember they used to have, you can't they don't have that anymore. It's either online or it's nothing. And so you got to write a check or cash. That needs to be looked at. Somebody that knows what they're doing needs to look at the recycling center, but they also have to look at all the departments that handle cash. It's probably rec in the summer. It's probably rec. Probably takes in cash. The town clerk does. I've whined to the town clerk that we have all these people. There's, I probably people that go over to the fire department. Burning season. People are getting burning permits now. I bet a bunch of people go down there with cash to pay for their seasonal burning permit. There's all kinds of things. So, yeah, So this nonsense about we're required to go cashless is not going to happen. And it's probably not even legal particularly because of that fee. We have the right not to pay that fee, and you can't make me. So I'm going to pay by check. And I go down there in person because I'm too cheap to I don't mind going to the town hall. I get to see people, and it's a social event too. And, but I go in there and I pay by check. Years ago, I have paid by cash, and I realized I shouldn't do that, should I? And because I was saving, because checks, I hardly ever write checks. Everything's online now. So I haven't bought checks in 15 years, and I would like to get through the rest of my life without buying any more checks. I would. So, geez, I'm getting old, people. But, so, and every quarter I have to write at least 2 to the town. And I'm, like, for the water bill and my property taxes. So, you're killing me. But I don't want to pay cash, and I'm not going to give them a credit card fee. So, but that's a fact of life. The town doesn't make any money on it. It's a fee that they have to pay to the processor. We don't process we're not a financial institution. So anyway, we need more controls on that, but they're wrong about that. What else was there that was in that meeting? Oh, Veronica went off the deep end, didn't she? Over just going on and on about Gary Shepherd again and the special municipal employee. And Valerie walked out. She walked out of the meeting because Veronica was violating the law. Everything she was talking about, she was violating the law from having that entire conversation. She was violating ethics big time, and I'm confident that there are multiple I don't understand what you said. No, had an outside. Oh, never mind. Oh, I read that earlier. Never mind. thought you just wrote that. Okay, so, I'm confident that multiple people are going to be calling the Ethics Commission this week to file a complaint against Veronica Kell for babbling, she's really trying to interfere with the Ethics Commission investigation against Gary Shepard. And she is way out of line. She is so violating the law. She's violating conflict of interest, and she's using, and she admitted it tonight, that she's functioning on the Board of Selectmen, functioning as a select board member, and using select board resources right there in this meeting, and trying to pull everybody in with her to discuss whether or not Gary Shepard should be a special municipal employee. And she's going back to 1963, and the fire chief back then, the department was a special municipal employee. And it's like she's completely out of line just having that entire conversation. Valerie verified with her. It's like, is this where you're going with this conversation? Where are you? Oh, she asked her, where are you going with this conversation? She didn't put words in Veronica's mouth. Veronica said, the fire chief. Valerie got up and left. Nope, this is completely wrong. And she got up and left. And that's what you're supposed to do. That's what ethics tells you to do. And she did, and I know she's pissed. Oh my gosh. So then, but Veronica's violating conflict of interest by doing that, and she's been doing it repeatedly. Almost every meeting she brings it up, and I'm sure they're going into executive session in a little while, and they're going to be talking, she's going to bring it up in executive session with town council there. Town council's going to have to, again, tell her to shut up, and that we can't have this conversation, because it has nothing, the lawsuit has nothing to do with the ethics, even though the ethics problems is what caused the issue that RFS is suing us for. But council has to completely, repeatedly tell Veronica to shut up, because this is not the same, and you need to shut up. And Adam will just not, he can't even speak, because you can't engage. If Adam engages with her, then he's now representing somebody that the town should have terminated. Both David and Gary should be terminated. And when they get fined up their ass, Veronica's gonna want to give the money to David. Watch. David's going to get fined 20 grand, and Veronica's going to try to give him a bonus, or the water commissioners are going to try to give him a $20,000 bonus. Watch. And let's see who goes to jail for that. But anyway, which is against the law to do that. And I mean, Gary, they want to get over $5 million out of Gary. But Veronica is really up in arms. She has been spending hours. You could tell by everything she presented tonight that she's been spending hours trying to defend Gary. And she's completely out of line. As a Board of Selectmen member, she can't. She's just breaking the law. And she's interfering and with legal process. I'm mortified. I'm mortified. And she might get the $20,000 fine too. Oh, I'm supposed to be in a webinar. I forgot. I gotta go. I really gotta go. I think that actually FinCom started at 6, I think. Anyway. But I'm supposed to be in a webinar. And I'm having computer issues. Oh, great. All right. I forgot. Oh, it's about beekeeping. All right. I gotta go. So thank you for listening, and like, subscribe, the whole 9 yards. I have to go. I completely forgot about this webinar. I was supposed to be in 10 minutes ago. All right. Have a good evening, everybody. I guess I'm not even jumping in on the FinCom meeting. All right. Good night, everybody. I gotta go.